Hey, Mike's DK. Right. Which part of the quest I was on here? Good evening, Darkrai. Key required. Okay.
It's the
As you
operation.
Is that all you've got?
Here comes Margaret!
We have done well.
Feeling get better. Actually, I'm feeling worse, but thank you for asking. I'm having some weird complications. I'm not 100% sure what's up. No, I destroyed it, Pika. Wait.
I heard about you. You were giving some of my boys trouble, weren't you?
Enemies
Well, it
approaching!
ends here.
Oh, well, okay, if we're just gonna do that. I'll just set you on fire, then. Reminds me, Tor. I'll do that. Okay, cool. That's weird, Mr. Red, in your case. Like, I just got out of bed like 20 minutes ago, too, but, you know,
Let's get started.
that's still morning. We need to have a chat, Mr. Red.
My favorite part! The music!
Pathetic creature!
Yeah, what color of fire would you like? We've got all flavors. Ah, up, there's a rapid aim. I've been looking for one of these. Perfect. That's probably the bow he's going to use, possibly for the rest of the game. Although, actually, what's his build? Does he have... He has rapid shot. I can just disable it. Perfect. Green flame! Sorry. We're never gonna leave it, Gum Gum. I mean... Okay, so hang on. Hey, you're, Okay, so let's turn off rapid shot. Excuse me. And instead switch to aim, which is what I want you to be doing instead. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. Commit. You want to get over with Dragon Age 2? See, I'm the opposite. I want to get to Dragon Age 2. That's not a joke, for those of you at home wondering. I'm legitimately looking forward to streaming Dragon Age 2. I think it's going to be a fascinating review. Hey, Triax here. Can you...
I'll get on it.
Oh, cool. Rogue tax continues to rogue tax. Listen, Gum Gum, all I'm saying is that as long as every woman who is old looks like Wynn, I'm okay with it, you know? It's just... I can't even say it with a straight face. Okay, so let's give him that. Let's give him those, yes. There we go. I suppose, in addition to the fact that I haven't played Dragon Age 2 in a very long time, not since the lore run, which is like 8 or 9 years ago now, so it's been a minute. There's also the fact that I've never even, like, under any system, reviewed Dragon Age 2. I've never really covered or analyzed Dragon Age 2. Which I know sounds pathetic, but that's pretty much the reason I'm looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to really dig through it. Good, bad, and in between, you know?
Anything to report?
Yep.
The city of Amaranthine owes you a great debt. Thank you, Commander.
Cool. So, those smuggler tunnels that they're using to get up here, we're going to close those, right? Right? Like, we're just... Okay. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure the fact that there's smuggler tunnels underneath the city of Amaranthine will never come up again. Speaking of sexy women...
Oh, it is so good to see you, my friend. I contemplated visiting you at Vigil's Keep, but things got busy.
So, what's going on?
The College of the Magi is convening in Cumberland, and I must attend. Hopefully, all this will blow over before it's begun. But you have enough on your mind as it is. I shan't trouble you with this further.
I mean, Magi business tends to concern me, too.
Very well. Then perhaps you should know that something stirs within the fraternities. The Libertarians wish to pull away entirely from the Chantry. And if they get enough support...
Pull away entirely? That's madness. I hate Chantry oversight as much as the next mage, but they can't just decide to leave. This is a recipe for disaster.
Thank you, Anders. That is a correct sentence. You know, if you ever wonder why we get so pissed off about Anders in Dragon Age 2, stuff like this is why. It's because this is how this character was introduced to us. You'll notice that what Anders says here does, once again, this is like the third or fourth time, indicate that he has additional layers to him other than, you know, the joking mage guy. He certainly wants to be free. Who doesn't? But even he can recognize that if there is a violent separation between the church and between the mages, that's going to end badly. Spoilers, it does.
Well, it could turn out to be nothing, but keep your ear to the ground anyway. Now, I have a great many preparations to make before I leave for Navarra. But perhaps there is something you can do for me. One of my colleagues, Ines, has spent the last few months in the Wending Wood. The Circle has been unable to reach her, given the trouble in the area. If you happen to find yourself in the wood on your travels, perhaps you could tell her about the meeting of the college.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, who knows, rooting around in the dirt for some obscure plant or other, most likely. She has a keen interest in gardening. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant botany. Hobbies and eccentricities aside, Ines is a well-respected mage and a voice of reason, something we could use on our side. The hour is late and I must go. It was wonderful to see you again. Take care, my friend.
So I was actually counting. That was 2 lines of dialogue that acknowledge the fact that we are the, that we are not the Orlesian, that we're the character from Origins. 2. I know that I've already made that point, and I don't really need to make it again. But you know me. I like to be thorough. 2. We exist! Okay.
Oh, you're a How.
Do you have a point, mage?
Hey, I'm fond of the Hows. I'm also fond of the whys, the whos, and the whats.
How clever.
Oh, it's shameful how long it took me to come up with that.
I'll agree with that sentence. We'll see my opinion of of Vengeance this time around when we get to 2 Jesse's Mask. I will say this. I think Anders in Dragon Age 2 is probably the most obvious example of crunch when it comes to writing in Dragon Age 2, other than Act 3. Because, and we'll talk about more about the specifics when we get there, it's so obvious that they were writing for multiple characters and smashed those characters all into one, so just one character carries multiple character arcs and dialogue. And you could argue, oh, that's the vengeance thing, but no, it's not. In real life terms, from a behind-the-scenes perspective, that was originally supposed to be more than one character, and they condensed it. I've seen this before. I've seen this in fiction, when they just kind of smash multiple characters into one. Sometimes it works. Darth Vader is actually a good example of a situation where they smashed multiple characters into one, and it worked. Some cases, not so much.
I see you got my letter, Commander. It's an honor to meet you.
Nice helmet.
In the flesh. The less you know of me, the better. But by some, I am called the Dark Wolf. In the depths of the city, there is murmuring. Murmuring that nobles want you dead. I'd like to help.
Nobody remembers Sebastian. So why do you want to help me?
You see, I have hopes that the Wardens will prove more fit to rule this land than the late Arl Rendon Howe. His confederates are the conspirators. But to unearth their identities, I'll need resources. 50 sovereigns.
Done.
It will be done. Give me some time.
Pay your spy master. Pay him on time. Pay him well. Anyways. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Blade Taval. I combined the Red Mage and Astos into one character. Although, credit to you, that was your idea. All I did was implement it. I guess I could take some credit there, because I'm the one who did it. I always say execution matters. It feels weird taking credit for anything, it feels weird doing that. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be like, no, I suck. But, no, I suck. Okay. So, this is a good time to mention something. We didn't actually, that's true, my sister did talk me into it. We had I think I told you about that. We had a long discussion about that night, too. We didn't do the Smuggler's Quest, but if we did the Smuggler's Quest, you could get infinite mana. Infinite money, excuse me. Because what you do is you say, hey, and so the dialogue triggers. This is actually a really buggy expansion, by the way. There's a lot of bugs in Awakening. So much so that I probably should give it its own negative. We probably won't encounter many of them, so it'll probably only be a single negative, because it's not like they're game breakers. But there's a lot of bugs in Awakening. You talk to the smuggler, and the way games like this work is whenever you make a dialogue choice, when the choice is made, that's when the reaction happens, if that makes any sense. You ever see it pop up, be like, -2 approval? Well, that doesn't happen at the end of the conversation. You get a notification at the end of the conversation, but that's a completely separate script, which just reads all of the choices that happened and then punches out the net result. What's actually happening is when you pick the dialogue option, that's when the event actually happens. Make sense? Here's the thing. That means, and if you think about this, anybody designing these kind of dialogue, interaction, gameplay sequences has to decide what happens where very specifically. Otherwise, the event I'm about to describe to you happens. So let's say you're like, Lore, go do this. And I'm like, sure. And I'm like, thank you. And then I go do the quest. Come back from turning in the quest, and you're like, very well, here's your gold. Is there anything else I could do for you? Now, for anything else I could do for you, if I say, hang on, let me talk to you again in a second, and then I back out of the conversation, because you give me a cease conversation option, and then I talk to you again, what you need to have done is set a flag, so I'm now into the, all right, can I do anything else for you? But they didn't do that. Instead, it's, here's your gold. So we talk to the guy and get his gold. It's 15 gold. And then we say, hang on. And then we talk to the guy, and he says, here's your gold. No, hang on. Then we talk to the guy, and he says, here's your gold. And you could infinitely get like a couple thousand gold just in seconds. It takes so little time. We obviously didn't do that, but I just thought I'd share that because that's one of my personal favorites. Anyways, gold isn't super useful in this game. I was very tempted to do that trick just to get some gear because we are actually a bit under-geared. And we're going to be fighting Golems of Omgarok as a mage later. So that's going to suck, to put that as bluntly as possible. Right, let's get all this poison off the street. I forgot to...
Right.
I know there's something I was forgetting to do while I was here. I mean... It just seems the women I love in this series I can't romance. Can't romance Wynne. Can't romance Aveline. No, I'm stuck with Meryl. Which, I shouldn't say it like that. I think she's an acceptable romance option. It's just... God damn it. Aveline! I'm holding a torch for Aveline. Why am I not interested? She also, and I'm going to say this as absolutely bluntly as I can, is damn sexy. You know, voice, physical appearance. But yes, other than her, you know, basic surface level qualities, I would say Aveline is the kind of woman that I would absolutely get along with. I probably wouldn't date her in real life. That's different. But like, given the choice, she's probably the only one I would consider romancing into. Which brings me to the obvious question. Who would you romance into? Not just you, Gum, like everybody listening to this right now. Who's your choice into? No one is an acceptable answer. Or, you know, null. Not applicable, however you want to think of that. Is that it? Did I get them all? Did I get them all? Yep, I did. Okay, cool. Romancing yourself. So, okay. Well, Mr. Red, I'm afraid you have competition. Whoever's most psycho, that would be Anders.
So good to see you again.
I can't, Clark.
It seems I...
Yep, give me my money. Oh yes, happy Labor Day. I forgot it even was Labor Day until, like, you know, people were not at school, and I was like, oh yeah. There's this weird thing called days off that people do. I've never heard of the concept before. I got work to do. Hoping to take a nice big bite out of Awakening. In fact, we could, if we make decent pace and don't just sit here not doing anything for a few seconds, while I try to get something out of my eye, we might actually be able to beat Awakening today. So we can't talk about MMO design today. It's very important. There we go. Okay. There's the hills. There's the wood. Excuse me. Let's do this.
You don't always wear robes, do you?
Not when I'm naked, I don't.
I mean when you run from the circle. Robes would make you easy to spot.
So does the big I'm a mage sign around my neck. I like to make it easy for the Templars.
Ah, so that's how it's going to be.
It's fine. He's just, you know. Do I want to do that? Hang on. There it is. No, I could get that now. Okay. Sorry. I should pretend I don't know what I'm doing.
The men are still clearing the rubble in the basement. They'll be finished soon.
Left or right? Everyone in chat, left or right, real
Should
quick.
be easy
Real quick.
enough. I
should mention, and this probably deserves a negative if we're being honest. it's actually startlingly easy to lock yourself out of content. I mentioned this yesterday, but I mean, like, it's you know how we couldn't do Sten's quest because we had advanced the story too much? Well, it's actually easy to do that to multiple quests in this game, depending on what order you do things in. In fact, it would not surprise me if we end up not getting to show every quest today because of that exact thing. Because I haven't mapped it out on purpose.
I fell down a flight of stairs once. They looked much like this particular set of stairs.
Oh, that's cool.
My brother used to drink like you do, dwarf.
Fun fellow to have around then, your brother.
He could find his fun almost anywhere. And then he would vomit on your shoes.
Ah, good times.
I mean, that tracks, Darkrai. I will admit, I am the kind of boss who would do that too. But, alright, look. You need to work a little bit less. Take some time off. Yes, I understand that sounds hypocritical. I don't care. Yeah, Gum Gum would rather we never take time off. I'm with you, Gum Gum.
On your guard! Let's make this quick, shall we?
Aim on. You do. Perfect. I mean, on the one hand, I'm completely fine with that, but on the other, speaking as an accountant, I do understand why you don't want to have a sudden, unexpected expense if someone decides to leave the company. Like, that makes sense, for lack of a better way to phrase that, you know? If you just all of a sudden up and leave for any reason, all of a sudden I have a fairly large expense that I wasn't planning for, that I may or may not have the budget to deal with right now, you know? Now, I probably do have the budget for it, because I probably planned for it, because I'm not an idiot. But you get the problem immediately, right? And I do think they should pay off. I do legitimately agree with paid vacation. So, you know. I know, that's very, very polemic. Hey, RRC. Happy rainy Monday. I hope the rain is good in your case. We use rain here. I don't know about you. Let's stick with that for now. Now, use it or lose it, that irritates me. Because that's them trying to apply a band-aid to a problem that they themselves have introduced. Encouraging someone to take time off because, you know, understandability? Sure. Forcing someone to lose paid time off because they didn't use it? That's just scummy at that point. I don't care. I don't care what additional, like, thing you try to do in order to smooth that over. No, that's scummy. Don't do that. Yeah, we're not Japan yet. Hey, Uzumaki. Speaking of, what's going on? Let's give you... I don't know what to give you, actually. Nothing, I suppose. I mean, that would be nice. So let's work towards that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm not getting into the obvious bull crap that companies pull. I'm just talking about in the generic default sense vulgarity. Because you're right. People try to weasel the way around all kinds of things. Hi, Sigrun. No, I agree, Blade Taval. But the problem is that's a relatively easy thing to deal with. I mean, as Darkrai is actually improvising right now, it's like, look, go home, take some time off. I know that sounds, again, weird coming from me, but at a certain point, and I agree with this, at a certain point, companies should essentially force their employees to take time off.
That was close. For a moment there, I thought I was really about to join the Legion of the Dead.
You alright?
I might have cracked a rib, but it's hard to be sure. Everything hurts.
Do you need help?
No, I'm fine. I just need to catch my breath. Anyway, I can't chat for long. I should probably go back, as foolish as that sounds, see if there's anything I can do.
Back where?
The old fortress of Calharol. There's something going on there. I think the Darkspawn are breeding an army. The Legion went to investigate, but Calharol proved too much for us. It was a massacre, and now I'm the only one left.
That's awful.
The Darkspawn have changed. They're smart now. They destroyed the Legion. I saw them taking some of the women, and I wasn't about to stick around for that.
Thank you for not elaborating on why that's a bad thing. Oh, that's negatives. I'm glad you're liking it, Uzumaki. I'm not gonna lie to you, later on I started to get a little frustrated with the game. But there's a reason that game still scored very, very high, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. Sigrun. Good decision.
There are many things much worse than death, and birthing Darkspawn day and night is probably the worst. But if the Darkspawn are really breeding an army, I can't stay here. I have to do something.
I'm a Grey Warden. Let's do it.
Ah, that's convenient. The ancestors must have had a hand in this. I'll show you where Calharol is. Safety in numbers, yes?
Alright. Come with me.
Excellent. With your help, destroying this nest is no longer impossible. Merely improbable.
Oh, an optimist then.
Let's not waste time.
Oh.
Calharol awaits, and Darkspawn, when left to their own devices, get up to all kinds of nonsense.
I mean, that is one way to phrase that, yeah. Well.
Andraste's blood.
Yes.
So now Sigrun joins the party. Now, I like Sigrun. But she's a rogue. Which sucks. Because I'm kind of full up on rogues. Why do you have to be a rogue? Alright, whatever. That. Get your attacks out of the way. Whoops. No. There we go. should do. Alright. I can't wait to play Starfield. We'll actually have a debate about that pretty soon. Oh, I love the tactics. There's a reason I gave it multiple positives, like quadruple positives. Hi, Giga. Excuse me, Mrs. Giga. Mrs. Pudding?
Is there some great ceremony when someone joins the Legion of the Dead?
It's called a funeral.
Right, but is it boring and somber like a regular funeral? I mean, you're not burying anyone.
This is true. Dwarven funerals involve a great deal of ale and singing. Then there's an orgy.
What? You're kidding!
Of course I'm kidding. I don't know much about Kal Haral, except what the others from the Legion told me. It used to be important. A center of learning for the Smithcast. When the fortress was lost, a lot of what the Smiths had learned was lost with it. They've never built anything quite like Kal Haral since.
You mean covered in Darkspawn? Gook? No, I think they've built plenty of those.
It's Juka. He's hurt. Bad.
Sigrun?
Yes, it's me. Be still and try not to talk. Yes. I did not expect to find anyone this far in. Do you have healing herbs?
No. I feel my death upon me. And it is a sweet release.
No! I have bandages. I can help.
You must listen. The brood mothers. They're breeding. I saw an army. You must stop them. But beware the children. They are abominations, even among Darkspawn.
What? What children? Whose children?
Can't spit it out.
Ancestors look kind.
Beware of him.
We have to finish what the Legion started. Those brood mothers need to be destroyed.
Let's go friggin' bounce then.
Darkspawn.
Well, you probably don't remember the whole point of the Hills argument, Giga Pudding. Well, one of the points. There's actually 5 points. One of those points is that I don't really have the right, like, morally, correctly, or whatever, however you want to think of that, to think ill of you, simply for not standing on one of my hills. That being said, shame, shame! Attach the stone of shame. Oh, we already did that. You're married now. Oh, jeez. Goddamn shrieks! Sigrun, I love you, but you're kind of terrible compared to Nathaniel right now. It is definitely a video game. You probably see what I mean, Act, right? Like, some of those encounters individually are pretty legit. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm with it. And then there's the rest of the game. Like, I myself speak very commonly about gameplay pacing. And how you don't want everything to be constantly full tilt. And just, you know, rah, rah, rah. But, God, the gaps of absolutely nothing in between the Colossi fight are a bit much. Hang on. What do you have equipped, Sigrun? Not too shabby, actually. But, I got better than that for you. Yeah, we're already up to tier 9 gear, by the way. Yeah, let's go with that. I know, Darkrai. Oh, I totally did act. More than once. Don't mind me, I'll just be soloing the boss over here.
Desperation is an ugly perfume.
Let's see, we've got Final Fantasy 12, we've got this game. I feel like there's one other game that has the Gambit system. But for the life of me, I cannot think of it off the top of my head.
On it. As you wish.
Dragon Age 2 doesn't. Neither does Inquisition. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Ugh, fail.
Kingdom Hearts had a version that made you think it was a Gambit system, but no, it's actually garbage.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
I'm not being facetious about that. I know I joke a lot, so let me drop the jokes for a second. Kingdom Hearts tricks you into thinking it has a Gambit system, but it doesn't. It has a bullcrap system. Hey, and Donald still doesn't friggin' heal. Allahu? Surf? Anyways, I'm sorry, Uzumaki. You asked a question there. If so, you only play one game for the rest of your life. But I assume you mean like completely separate from the job, right?
Right.
So in other words, it's just in my free time, I get to play one game for the rest of my life. I just realized I don't really have a tank in this setup, so that's cool. So let's do this.
Only one shall stand.
You mind? You mind? I mean, Ogden can tank, but he certainly doesn't do a good job with it. Okay, so one game to rule them all. Now, honestly, yeah, I was gonna say, World of Warcraft is the answer. It is the only answer. There's nothing else. That's the solution. But that is cheating. I will freely admit that kind of defeats the spirit of the question. So let's remove MMOs in general from the board, right? Which version? Wow, current, modern. I'd rather tear my teeth out and eat them than play vanilla. So let's ignore that for a second. So no multi stuff. So I'm also going to not cheat in another way and not list a co-op game. Because that would probably be the answer, something I could play with my friends. So, no MMOs, no co-op games. So I'm just limited. That's an interesting question, Mr. Red. I'm going to go with no. Let's just go with single-player games. Now, the obvious answer to those kind of questions is games with triple replay positives, which we've only covered one of in the entirety of all the reviews we've done. We've only ever covered one. And that would, of course, be Crusader Kings 3. Those kind of large-scale strategy games are built for replay, are built for being able to play them over and over and over. Yeah, exactly. Total Warhammer 3. Excuse me, we have covered 2. I apologize. There's Total Warhammer 3, there's Crusader Kings 3, Civilization 5, Master of Orion 2 or 4. You get it, right? Those are the Stellaris, right? Those games are kind of a gimme for that sort of a thing. Of all of the large-scale strategy games I have played, I would probably, if you put a gun to my head, I would probably go ahead and pick... wait, no, I want... There we go. I would probably pick Stellaris, especially if I have mods, because there's some great mods for Stellaris. But if that's too much, or if that's not acceptable, or whatever limiter we're going to add to this, if I have once again cheated the question, which, you know, is just kind of what I do, then I would go ahead and pick... No! Yeah, and 1 million DLC. One of 3 games. You've asked me such a nuanced question. There's so many gradients of answers here. So you'll have to forgive me. Because obviously, Stellaris with mods, especially considering the fact that it's continuing to get updates, once again feels like a cheating answer. So it's like, well, hang on. There we go. So we're down to no repeatable content, no modding content, none of that stuff. So we're paring it down to just the basic vanilla stuff. So I'm going to cheat one last time and say the Mega Man Classic Collection. Being able to replay Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on command forever sounds awesome. There's 2 other options, though. And they're the obvious ones, at least to me. Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. Final Fantasy VI is a game I have never gotten bored of, and I never will. And Chrono Trigger, ditto, but also it has New Game Plus. So in rough descending order, that would be WoW, Stellaris, the Mega Man Battle Collection, for the Classic, Final Fantasy VI, and Chrono Trigger.
The Legion got this far with no trouble. We got careless and complacent and stormed the main entrance up those stairs. It was a disaster. The Darkspawn were waiting. They turned the Tig's old defenses against us.
Yeah, we got this.
And more. Ancient Dwarven ingenuity, used by the very monsters it was intended to kill. We need to learn from the Legion's mistake. Avoid the main door.
We got another way in?
Most of the old Dwarven fortresses had hidden side entrances. I bet this one does too. We just need to find it.
Total War Hamster. I'd play that.
Destroy the fiends.
So would I prefer X over Classic? Well, obviously no, because I just said that. Ah, children. The most horrible enemy in the game, especially on hard. No, I don't even notice it, Giga. I have to remind myself periodically that I can level. Because for the most part, I'm squatting on points.
As you dead.
Yay, children. I love children. Good morning, Dark Day. So hang on, rewind. The reason I would prefer Classic over X is actually very simple. Mega Man X1, 2, and 4 are good games. Mega Man 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are good games. Also, if you've seen the list anytime recently, you remember that Mega Man 5 specifically is way up on that throne. It's not the highest Mega Man game. That would actually be 11. But you get my point.
Secret doors. Useful for sneaking out without the wife noticing.
Thanks for that insight, Ogren. Speaking of which, are you taunting like I want you to? I set you up earlier, I think. Yep, he is. Okay, cool. Where's X9? Look! Don't mistake me, Mega Man X1 is a fantastic game. And Mega Man X2 is a surprisingly good game. And Mega Man X4 is about half of a good game. And I enjoy Mega Man X5 more than I should. But I will never replay X3 or X6 or X7 or X8 again, personally. Just I've walked away from those ones. Oh yeah, also Mega Man X7 is one of the worst games I've ever reviewed, so you know there's that too. The worst Classic gets is 1, which is just a first game. The worst X gets is X7. Enough said. Yep, I hate Mega Man. You can tell. The Legion of the Dead. So, first of all, being dead is actually a legal status with them. When you join the Legion of the Dead, you are legally dead. When Sigrun mentioned doing a funeral earlier, she's not really kidding. That is how that's done. Now, obviously, they then go off and they fight, and they can live for quite a while. The Legion knows what they're doing and does some good work. And a lot of its members survive for a fairly decent chunk of time. But the Legion of the Dead has no status, no rights, no ownership, no nothing amongst Dwarven society. So, that's the legal distinction there. Culturally speaking, that's a little bit different. Culturally, the dwarves have a combination of, like, revering and reviling the Legion of the Dead. Because, and it kind of varies from person to person. Because on the one hand, the Legion of the Dead are just, they're non-persons. They're even lower than casteless. Disgusting. But on the other hand, Dwarven society, that is to say Dwarven people, would be dead without the Legion of the Dead. We talked about this during our Orzammar section. The Legion of the Dead is the jetty that tries to hold back the flood. They don't succeed, but they do dull the tide to the point where the flood doesn't just completely demolish the town. Bad analogy, but there you go.
This should be easy enough.
And yeah, it's like being a Grey Warden, except you don't get the immunity to the taint, so that sucks. But you also don't automatically die after a couple decades, so that's cool.
Let's get started.
Risk of Rain. I know I've heard of that. I know I haven't played it. I can't place it. What's it about? Like, what's the gameplay? What's the genre? 'Cause I know I've heard of that game. No, I figured it wasn't Rain World, but I know I've heard of Risk of Rain. I can't place it mentally right now.
Let's get started. On it.
Roguelike. Okay. So I definitely have not played, because I would probably remember that. Let's just get out of the trap room here. Let's get out of the trap room here. Wrong direction. Out of the trap room. So Blade Taval. No, it's Act. Favorite series. Regarding favorite series, but having at least one least favorite game. I'm sorry. Do you mind reminding me of the full totality of your question, Act, so I can...
This reminds me of the time a Bronto fell off Orzammar's highest tier. Bronto guts everywhere.
Oh yeah, by the way, it's probably hard to tell. That is gush beneath our feet right there. Like, that's flesh. So, feel free to think about how that smells right about now.
So you never told me what the ceremony was like.
It begins with chanting and toasts. Then we bid our families farewell. Then wailing and tears.
That does sound like a funeral. How depressing.
We're not the Legion of jaunty pub songs.
I think how much easier recruitment would be if you were.
It's got a point.
I'll show you why mages are feared.
Favorite series that has a lot of good games, and then name one of them that is my least favorite but still good. Okay, so to use a counter example, unlike Mega Man X, the Mega Man X series, which has Mega Man X7, you're thinking name something like Mega Man Classic, where there really isn't a bad Mega Man Classic game. In that case, that'd be Mega Man 1. Okay, that's going to be difficult, because most of my favorite franchises have at least one rather bad stinker. Let me think about that for a minute.
I've never seen anything like this before. They say the memories of the stone are forever. Is this what they mean?
The low point of Metroid is actually Other M. Although, I suppose we'll prove that one way or the other when it comes to the Metroid block. Yeah, when it comes to Final Fantasies, there's 2, 3, 11 if we count that, 13, 15.
For generations, they have told you you were nothing, swept you away like so much dust. Now you are the only thing standing between them and the Darkspawn that threaten our empire. Show them that you are not nothing. Show them that you can be warriors. Let the stone tremble with the thunder of your footsteps. Fight!
In the old review system, Final Fantasy II scored really badly. Now, that was specifically the GBA version, but it scored pretty badly.
They're gone. Everyone's gone. They've abandoned the Tyke. We have to follow them. I'm not going to sit here and get eaten by those monsters.
But this is our home. We can't survive out there.
We won't survive in here.
Nice place.
As you wish.
I thought that I liked FF15 until I reviewed it. The simplest way I can explain that. When I actually sat down, turned on analysis mode, and started really paying attention to the game, that game sucks. There's good elements, don't mistake me. I still think the core trio is an awesome sequence of characters, and their relationship and friendship with each other is bar none the best part of the game. Fantastic voice acting, fantastic performance, and excellent writing. Of the 3, not the 4, by the way. But do I know about all its pre-production issues? I've done a lore run of Final Fantasy 15 Dark Day. So, yeah, FF15 just, God, it has so many issues everywhere. It's a damn shame. Like, unlike some games which I heap scorn upon, Mega Man X7, I feel bad for FF15. Oh God! They're back!
Everyone's gone. They've abandoned the Tyke. We have to follow them. I'm not going to sit here and get eaten by those monsters.
No, it was not. And it's not like I'm expecting Grand Theft Auto level driving, or Gran Turismo level driving from a Final Fantasy game. But at the same time, if you compare the driving in FF15 to the driving in virtually any other game that has driving, it's bad.
Let's get started.
It's hard to even explain how bad the driving was in FF15. And you'd think once you get the airship it would get better, and you would be wrong. Oh, Cyberpunk's driving was much better. Loads better than FF15. Like, that's not even the same category. Driving in Cyberpunk was like driving in an arcade racer, which is fine. Driving in FF15... You ever been to Disneyland? Or are you familiar with it?
Let's get started.
There's a ride in Disneyland where you get in a car and you're like, yeah, and you can't drive and you can't turn really. Yeah, the Autobahn, I think is what they used to call it. I don't know what they call it nowadays. Because they keep changing their ride names and doing new splashes of paint on them. And you'd steer like a little bit left and right, but you were on a rail. So your left and right was limited to about a foot distance in either direction. And you would always be going the same speed. And that is driving an FF-15. It feels awful.
Mother, you can't leave me here.
Watch your little brother. Keep him quiet.
Mother, please. You don't know how to fight.
Oh, I've been in my share of scrapes over the years.
Mother.
Chin up, girl. Someone must fend off the Darkspawn. Dalan says that if we do, the ancestors will look kindly upon us and forgive us.
And that's definitely a thing that definitely happened. Yeah, no, I just fast traveled in FF-15 because actual driving was terrible.
Weapons were taken from the armories of Kal Harol. I ask only for volunteers who would rather die fighting than give in.
Sod off. You people left us for dead.
Then you will go to your graves, knowing that you murdered the one person who thought you worthy to bear arms for Kal Harol.
Those bastards left us behind, and he wants us to fight to defend their escape? Get to the servant?
No. I'm going to do something right for once in my life.
I hope to be able to take my nieces to Disneyland someday. You know. Just so they can experience it for themselves. Yeah, the audio is just bouncing all over the place. That's cool. Oh yeah, speaking of which.
You're full of sod, Duster. Some of us are going to try to make it to the surface.
California. I've actually never been to Disney World, which is the Florida one.
One shall stand.
Also, I'd rather tear out my hair, tie it into a knot, bake it into a pie, throw the pie into someone's face, killing them, and then eat that person's raw corpse, then go to Florida. Yes, Yura. It is... I can't deal with heat. I can't deal with humidity. And Florida has both in spades. Also the politics. But honestly, the weather is enough by itself.
Rush the attack! Go! The loss is mine!
So what does the Legion do when you're not, you know, dying?
I'm not sure. We do that a lot.
You can't do it all hours of the day. There must be some times when you're not out getting killed.
In those hours, we listen to smart-mouth mages ask stupid questions.
I always thought dwarves would be nicer.
I always thought mages would be smarter.
How's Texas? Texas is similar to California, which is not a sentence you'll hear me say very often, but don't worry, I swear I can actually explain that. Because Texas is more like 3 or 4 different states. Like, you know, haha, Texas is huge, but ignore that for a second. Culturally, Texas is huge. Even just in terms of the different perspectives and ideas and personalities and political identities and everything else going on. There's a lot of things. There's no such thing as a Texan, right? Yeah, exactly. Speaking as someone who grew up in California, there's no such thing as a Californian. You know? It's just... You live down by Carlsbad. You live up by, I don't know, South Lake Tahoe. Or Sacramento. Totally different areas. Different cultures, different, oh God, what do you call that?
This should be easy enough.
Cultural identities. You get the idea. And for the record, I've lived all over California. Like up, down, in between. I used to live in Alameda, for example. I also used to live up by... I actually can't remember the name of the town all of a sudden. It's on the bay.
Let's make this quick, shall we? Oh!
Well, thanks for that. Came over to help you. Now you're dead. Anyways, obviously there are several states that have that because that's life.
Here we go!
Zero on Trihexia.
I'm on it.
Anyways, all I'm saying is Florida is literally Hitler. That's all I'm saying. All right, cool. Moving on. Let me think about this act. Give me a second, because I haven't thought of a franchise that doesn't have a bad entry yet. That's you gotta give me a minute. Now, I think this year's Polemic Day will be kind of boring. Mostly because I've sort of taken a very deliberate step back from keeping my ear to the ground on certain topics. Because I started losing the ability to deal with it mentally. That's the way I'm going to phrase that. Shovel Knight, I would say, does not count as a franchise. Well, okay. Shovel Knight counts as a franchise the same way Dragon Age does. You might think, well, yeah, but no. Dragon Age has 3 games. 3. That's not a big sample size. So, yes, Shovel Knight has a franchise, but it's got a bunch of spin-off games, and by a bunch I mean 2 spin-off games. So there's 3 Shovel Knight games, and I haven't played either of the other 2, so I have no idea about those. Yeah, but we're just talking about video game stuff here, Jordan. Because obviously, like, you know, I could say, like, Star Trek, but how many Star Trek games are there? And also, they suck. I have been to Hawaii twice in my life. Maui, specifically. Because my family was rich. So. I should say is, present tense, is rich. It was nice. I could tell you some interesting stories about Maui. I'm not going to, but I could. But yeah, I've spent a little bit too much of my life being a low-level, low-tier working class nobody. He's practically abandoned by his rich family. Really be,
Or do you actually think you have a chance?
Ooh, iron. Another deposit. I've been to Mexico.
This should be easy enough.
That's actually really pathetic because I used to live in Southern California. So, you know. Now, you want to hear my most polemic opinion?
Let's get started.
You want a preview of this? It's not a joke. I'm not memeing. I'm not going to be like, pineapple on pizza. No, I've got a real polemic topic, which is so polemic that most of the time when I bring it up, people just immediately jump down my throat. Here it is. I think that the idea that opposing political parties should be opponents in the field of politics is incorrect. It is my opinion that what should happen, is not that it's a versus we win or you win kind of a situation, but that instead that multiple parties should kind of try to work together in order to come up with a compromise that tries to satisfy all of the different voting blocks as much as possible. There it is. That is, unironically and unjokingly, probably the most polemic opinion I have. I also tend to be anti-versus in general, but I mean, of course I am. I don't like PvP. Good morning, Bragman.
Ooh, lyrium. The Chantry has a monopoly on all lyrium the dwarves mine. They kill anyone who tries to get around it.
Thinking of going into business?
Sure, why not? I've always fancied life as a lyrium smuggler. Maybe I'll wear a dashing chapeau. I used to be a good little Andrastian. I said my prayers, repented my sins, all of it.
What's your alternative?
Life as a hedge mage, brewing love potions for villagers and hoping nobody notices. It could have been worse. I could have been made tranquil, haggling over the price of a wand. Or I could be with the Canary. I hear they leash their mages. Or I could be dead. Dead's bad.
Yeah, dead's bad.
If I didn't have perspective, I'd still be sitting in a Templar dungeon drooling on my small clothes. A related question. What do Grey Wardens do when there aren't Darkspawn running amok? I mean, are there parties? Do we travel the world, take over small kingdoms?
We become forgotten and die young.
Hopefully someone comes to dust off the cobwebs every now and again. Me, I intend to take up knitting. I'll send a scarf to the Templar commander every Saturnalia, provided I don't end up in some ogre's belly, chewed up into tiny mage pieces. But I'm an optimist.
Thanks, Anders. And thank you, Dark Day. Oh! Always appreciate. I'm sorry. Please remind me what the usual is. I know. I'm terrible.
As you wish.
You can, and canonically, Anders is a Grey Warden. Okay, so that's Dragon Quest. 7. God of War 4, and the StarCraft log. Done. Thank you, as always, Dark Day. Hey, it's the Air Splitter. Get it? Let's see. I don't really have a good candidate for using that. Like, I could put it on her. But she's got better, honestly. Put it there. Make that work. You know, I'm not sure, Dark Day. I feel like he would be, since, you know, duh. But I have no memory of Anders being in Inquisition. Huh. No, it's a... I don't want to say it's a badly optimized game, but it's trying to do stuff the PS2 wasn't really designed for. So it has some issues. I still haven't come up with a game franchise that doesn't have bad entries that isn't pulling it technically.
Cursed creatures! Right.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is a good time to mention, Dragon Age 2 has already started by the time that we're here in Awakening. In fact, it's been started for some time now. The exact timeline is vague, because timelines tend to be vague, but one way or another, he's been there for a
This
bit.
anvil must be pretty old. They make them differently these days. Bronco once explained it to me, but I'll be a Nug's uncle if I remember what she said. Crazy harpy. Huh.
You alright?
Yeah, the thing just reminded me of Bronca, that's all. Look, Warden, I know she's gone. I know it. But sometimes I sod it.
What about Felsi?
Not enough. She left me. Took the nugget. I don't blame her. Look at me, whimpering like a wet box of kittens. Let's go make paste out of some Darkspawn.
Yeah, right now we should be well into Act 1 of Dragon Age 2. In fact, Dragon Age 2 actually begins before Awakening does, before Origins ends. But that's the problem. Then we have the time gap, then Awakening starts, and then Dragon Age 2's initial time start gap has concluded, so we should be in playable Act 1 of Dragon Age 2 right now. Which I point out, because Anders is right there. For those of you not aware of it, Anders is in Act 1 of Dragon Age 2. So, anyways, gross warning.
Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood.
These are just the worst enemy in this game.
Time for some
Like I said, gross warning. You notice we're at the point where the meat moss, I know it's hard to tell because of the visuals, but the meat moss is now almost completely covering the walls. So, heal. You know, actually, that's a good point, Von Falkenstein. I admittedly was being generous, like, presuming worst/best case scenario. But that's a good point. If we presume the timeline as presented, they should be doing the deep roads right now. And I'm going to spoil something for you really quick. In Dragon Age 2, you specifically recruit Anders to the party to help with the deep roads expedition. Like, that's why we reach out to him. He's a Grey Warden, and we need a Grey Warden to do an expedition into the deep roads. So, you know, honestly, I don't know, Von Falkenstein. We do know that Dragon Age 2's development is just a thing. It's just... When I say StarCraft has any bad entries? Nope. Well, hang on. Hang on. Maybe StarCraft Vanilla counts. Because StarCraft Vanilla is not actually all that good. But don't mistake me, it's memorable and interesting, and it's got some good character and story beats. But, like, gameplay-wise, how many missions in StarCraft 1 are you have a base and the enemy has a base? I'll give you a hint, it's almost all of them. They also tried to experiment with some things, and arguably didn't succeed. I'm trying to think of the name of the mission. Come on. Oh shoot. I didn't realize my cooldown wasn't back yet. There's a... Oh god, what is the name of that damn mission? There's a mission in Frozen Throne. It's early on during the Undead campaign. And you have to prevent the innocent and defenseless villagers from escaping. So, you know, that sucks. Now, that's a really good mission. It is considered by many people to be the hardest mission in Frozen Throne, especially in hard. But that mission, it's brilliantly designed, wonderfully crafty, interesting, engaging, fun, well-balanced, well-designed, pluses everywhere. StarCraft 1 Vanilla has that same mission structure, but done much, much worse. Just worse across the board. It's the one where you can't let the Dark Templar get by. You remember that one? And it's a failure. I don't know what else to call it. It's an attempt at mission design that did not succeed. That's the nicest way I can put that. That's true, Von Falkenstein. Another example of that. So, you know what? I think that's a good answer to the spirit of your question, Act. StarCraft. Because StarCraft has 5 games in it, if we count it that way. 1, Brood War. 2, Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm, Legacy of the Void. And of those, I still like StarCraft 1 Vanilla. I think it'll still score net positive, because, you know, the story. But I think it's still a pretty weak entry into that franchise. There we go. I think I've come up with an answer. And by I mean Eternus came up with that answer. I didn't come up with that at all. Eternus gets that credit. Good morning, Janthel. Now, always give credit. Always give credit. Yeah, StarCraft 1 Vanilla will get positives for unit design, faction design, stuff like that. Basic mechanical stuff. And then it will get negatives for a lot of other things. It'll also probably have a situation where it will not get positives for its mission design. Oh, a stretch. For the reasons we were just talking about. Nah, I'm too far west for that, Eternus, but thank you.
This should be easy enough.
I was actually just thinking to myself, you know, we've just been sitting here yammering about politics, about weather, about Disneyland, and about StarCraft, and we're still in this same goddamn dungeon. What is this nonsense? This is all just the same friggin' dungeon. Yeah, we try not to think about that, Mrs. Pudding. I'm gonna start calling you that. Hey Giga, if you haven't made your new character yet for the new Guild Wars 2 expansion, you should make a new character named Mrs. Pudding. I'm not joking. You should do that. You don't have a slot. How do you not have a slot?
Let's get started.
Oh, never mind. No, that actually does make sense. Sorry. I specifically bought a new slot for the new expansion. And then I, a few seconds ago, mistakenly believed that that's what gave me the new slot, was buying the new expansion. But no, it's the fact that I bought it in preparation for the new expansion. I mean, I'm never touching Reforged. I know it doesn't matter, I know nobody cares, but Reforged is actually, for all intents and purposes, vetoed. I would love to review Warcraft 3 someday. At the moment, I'm kind of playing chicken with it. because I have a feeling, especially if Microsoft takes over, that there is a chance that Warcraft 3, you know, the real one, will actually come out at some point. Did you know that Reforged, in addition to all the other problems it has, also has just bugs everywhere? Just little stuff, but like irritating stuff, mission triggers not happening, or soft locking a specific mission, or not being able to advance a certain quest, or AIs just not triggering, so the enemies just don't attack you. Reforged, even now, is still just a mess. It's such a damn shame. Of course it can, Fife. All you have to do is legally maneuver. I mean, I own Warcraft 3. I'm not stealing Warcraft 3 if I was to pirate Warcraft 3. I'm just saying, Mrs. Pudding. Mr. and Mrs. Pudding. That's I love it. I love it. By the way, congrats. Yeah, I have my original CDs still. I never got rid of them. They're actually right there, I believe. In that one. In that bin. Along with some of... I only kept a few of my old CDs. I kept Morrowind. I kept Oblivion. I kept StarCraft. I kept Diablo 2. I think that's it, actually. No, I still have Civ 2, Master of Orion 2, Alpha Centauri. I think that might be it. I think those are the only CDs I held on to. All of them are just for nostalgia's sake. Or not nostalgia, for, like, collector's sake. But I held on to... Oh! Earth and Beyond. And you're probably thinking, what the hell's Earth and Beyond? Yeah, exactly. Anyways, let's go fight.
The suspense is killing me.
Thank you, Anders. So this fight can suck.
The architect sends many, but does not come himself. He is a coward. I will kill you, and he will know that he has failed to destroy the Loft. He will know that the Mother will tear
See,
him.
even the Darkspawn have politics.
Who comes now? I can feel you, but you are no Darkspawn. What trickery is he planning? You will die, as all who serve the Architect will die. The Mother demands it.
That's what we're listening to right now, Yura. So yeah, this is a perfect Monoclash target right here. We, of course, don't have Monoclash. But yes, Von Falkenstein is correct. You can legally procure Warcraft 3, but I could be wrong. I feel like you need to do an extra step in order to make that feasible.
You had it coming.
Come on, come on. Now, I've never tried it myself, so asterisk. But several of my friends were like, hey, I'm going to go get my copy of Warcraft 3. Cool. And then they got their copy of Warcraft 3. And then it updated. And essentially updated to the Reforged version. So, there's your asterisk. I don't know if that's still true or not, but that was true. 2 years ago?
The suspense is killing me.
Okay, this is my life now. Of course. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, good. Anders, and he's dead. Wow, I'm just getting pummeled. Yep, the suspense really did kill him. Where the hell is his stupid corpse? There it is. That would be... Oh, do I not have the ability yet? Oh god, I don't. Okay. Well, let's reload, because we're dead. I'm not sure what to do here. There's no terrain to work with.
Calharol's time, long corridors were probably a status symbol.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me. Okay. I haven't had the points for it yet, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, if I had Monoclash, this fight would already be over. And we're dead. Jesus! Okay, okay. Okay. Just...
Does this corridor ever end? Are we there yet?
Look, you're just having some Groundhog Day effect. Don't worry about it. Alright. Resisted. Okay, cool. That's cool. For God's sakes. Come here. Come here. Thank you. Pretty much. I do have this button, so let's pop that there. Oh my god. Monoclash is easy to acquire. All you have to do is get the spell. It's right there. Boom. I could have had it a dozen times by now. It's just... I've been deliberately not taking it because it is overpowered. So, you know. I figured, let's see what a mage feels like when we don't have Monoclash. So far it sucks, if I might be so bold. Where's Spirit Healer? There it is. Yep, nope. I don't have the point to get Revival. It's the next thing I was getting. Finally froze the jackass at least. Yes.
Less fighting, more dying, blast you! Move and parry! Strike and kill!
I've got the Lost firmly on me, so that's good. You know what? That's actually... Oh, I can't check right now. Prison just came off cooldown. Failed again. Or rather, he just doesn't care about the fact that he's in prison. He's just taking damage from it. So that's cool. We're just gonna pop this for no reason. This will kill us. We're gonna pop this. Nope, 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 nope. Put up the melee so we can do some frostiness. Okay, Golem's down, so we're doing better. Oh, good. He's running, which will pull everyone except for Anders out of the Inferno. Get out of the Inferno, please, Anders. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. Okay. Now get up, me. Thanks for setting your own grease fire on fire. I appreciate you on that.
They must have been protecting the brood mother. Now we just have to put an end to them, and whatever these Darkspawn were planning.
Christ. Yeah, as soon as we pushed the Inferno Golem over, that was the end of that. But man, that's a mean combo. Yeah. Let's use that staff and switch over to you. Aw, I'm the only one who can use that staff. Ah, whatever. You shouldn't have that on. You should have that on. You can have that on. Are there any duds in the Resident Evil series? Hey chat, what's the worst Resident Evil game? Don't worry, we're probably about to get like 15 different answers to that question. The one with the giraffe. And did anybody actually level there? Ooh, okay, so... Let's... Tell me to keep pushing that. I just don't really have anything worth getting. I guess we could, just for the hell of it, just in case we run into this problem again, start working towards Monoclash with Anders. The multiplayer one. Yeah. Sadness. There is a multiplayer one. Yep. It's a real thing. Wait, really? Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. There's multiplayer Mega Man games? Oh, unless you mean the Doom mod, in which case, not my thing. Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts has a bad entry. 1. And this is when chat descends upon me with a violent fury. I mean, you know me. I'm always in favor of good co-op. Co-op, not versus.
You like that?
Does Kingdom Hearts have a good entry? Yeah. I would honestly say that several Kingdom Hearts games are among my favorites in the franchise. Or, I suppose that's a weird sentence, but you get my point. I would say 2, Birth by Sleep, and 3 are all legitimately and unironically good games.
You had it coming.
We did it. If the rest of the Legion were alive, I know they would honor you in some way.
You're welcome.
What's curious is that we seem to be caught between 2 factions of Darkspawn. I've never heard of such a thing. The Darkspawn are by nature vicious, and they have always fought amongst each other. But for there to be 2 organized factions, this is something else.
Actually, if you're paying attention, there were 4 Broodmothers down there, Gum Gum.
Good. It's not just me, then. Something has changed in the Darkspawn, and I don't think I like it. Well, it's something to ponder. Especially when you need to be reminded that impending doom is always right around the corner.
So what will you do now?
Oh, I'll probably disappear into the bowels of the Deep Roads, never to be seen again. One good thing about the Deep Roads is that you never run out of Darkspawn to fight.
Or, I mean, you can sign up with me if you want.
Go? With you? But that would go against my vow, and my plan to disappear into the deep, unmourned, and forgotten.
Uh-huh. I mean, you can join the Grey Wardens.
Be a Grey Warden? Is that allowed? Can you be both part of the Legion and a Grey Warden?
Functionally, Grey Warden actually supersedes everything else. No, really, I'm not making that up.
And I'd be more effective at killing the Darkspawn, won't I? Ha! How does one say no to this? I will follow you. You seem an all-right sort, and I'll be better off with you at my back than alone. Let's go then, the Darkspawn await.
She's already Legion of the Dead, Pancakes. And yeah, she'll be dead and dying simultaneously. Think of the savings! Yeah, so there's your brood mothers down there. Which look like tarantulas from up top, which I'm going to think about as little as possible. By Grabthar's hammer. What a savings. Ugh. Meanwhile, in the Grossville...
Lost! The lost is lost!
So this is what a human broodmother looks like.
Lost!
Mother, be calm.
Calm, yes. Once I was calm. Once Mother listened to the beautiful call, felt it wash over her and inside her, and she was calm. But now there is no calm. The Father took that away, and now he takes away Kal Hirol. My poor pets in Kal Hirol. The Father knew I would send them against him. The Father feared. Kal Hirol is gone, but the Mother still has her tricks. Many, many tricks.
But what will the mother do?
Do? I will laugh. And then I will wait.
Doesn't sound like much of a villainous plan, but, you know, we're cool. Everything's cool. Thank you, Giga Pudding. Hey, there's this random kitten over here. You see that kitten up there? Nah. Let's pretend the kitten doesn't exist. Do. It's a good question, Act. Oh, you know what? We should kill the kitten. That's, yeah, we should kill. Okay, fine. There you go. Now we could delete the item from our inventory. Which, you can interpret that however you want to when it comes to something like a cat.
Oh, look at the cute little kitty. There was a mouser in the tower named Mr. Wiggums. Only company I had when the Templars locked me up. Miss that beast a lot sometimes. But I can't keep a cat. We fight Darkspawn for a living.
No, you can keep him at the keep.
I suppose. Well, I'll keep him just for a while, until I find somewhere safer. Is that okay with you, kitty? I'll call you Sir Pounce-a-Lot. You can stay in my pack. Just for a little while, yes?
And now, this turns into Persona 5. With Anders playing the role of Joker. don't lie, you'd watch that. And yeah, now the cat's like, all right, go to bed. It's the end of the day.
Warden, I did warn you about the stone in these parts.
How much more money do you need?
We'll use whatever's at hand. But for proper walls, you need proper stone.
Go on.
The nearest quarry has some miserable slate nonsense. I need proper granite. The darker the better. I don't suppose, you know, in your travels...
If I find any, I will let you know.
I'll be here. Don't tarry too long. Got a wall to rebuild.
Yep, Anders is like, Persona! And then Vengeance pops out.
Psst. Warden.
Oh, dear maker. What is it, Wade?
Haren is content to let me craft away in obscurity under dreadful conditions. Never a care for the art of crafting. But you're not so dreadfully common.
Okay.
Exactly. I want to make wondrous things, things a dwarf and craftsman would appreciate. If you come across any fantastical materials, could you perhaps visit old Wade?
Wade, what are you about?
Oh, nothing. Remember, fantastical materials.
Okay.
Yes, Commander?
I found some fantastical materials.
Oh, I simply must do something with this. So unique, so rare. Yes, a breastplate. Here, take this. These are a few knickknacks I need to begin my work. Find them soon. I simply cannot wait.
Okay. What do you need? Lyrium potion made by a master. Pure iron. And a packet of ground blood lotus. And maybe some soup. I don't have any of that, so...
You're back. You need anything?
Found some more.
Oh, this will help a great deal. This is iron. Very high quality.
Armor and weapons could be made with this. I'll just get to it then. No one appreciates.
That's not true. I appreciate you quite a bit, Wade. Thank you.
You arranged for quite the welcome for us, didn't you, Commander? Not that I mind. Gave me a chance to do some proper testing.
Are you okay?
Explosives! The name is Dworken Glavenok. Some call me Dworken the Mad.
I can see why.
Ruffle my beard, though. You have to be a little mad in my line of research.
Right. Did you invent these?
I developed these particular formulations, but it's the Qunari who perfected the art. That just gets in my craw. Sullen, ashen-skinned giants shouldn't be allowed to outsmart dwarves. So, I've been conducting experiments on lyrium sand and other volatile ingredients.
Right. Any way I can help?
If you got a mind to, aye. We used up all the explosives on those darkspawn. I can make more, but I'm out of lyrium sand. Lyrium dust is all over the place, but that's too fine. Dust's good for fuses, but not the boom I'm looking for. With real lyrium sand, I can set the lads to work.
Well, you're in luck. I have some right here.
Wonderful. We can start making more explosives.
Warden, before you let my brother blow himself to little bitsies, tell him to be careful.
Don't listen to Foldrick. I know what I'm about.
And how many apprentices have you lost? 3? No, 4?
We'll know the risks. If we succeed, our names will go down in history.
Do what must be done.
Aye, Commander. Thanks for your help. Please, take these. Use them to give those beasties a what for.
Thanks.
You remind me of Bronca sometimes.
I remind you of your ex-wife who fed her entire house to Darkspawn in a search for a magical anvil?
Yeah. Well, no. Not when you put it that way.
Smooth, Oghren. Real smooth.
Commander, the men cleared the rubble. You'll have to see what they found for yourself.
Well, let's go.
Here we are. Look at her.
I knew it led to the deep roads. I could smell it.
It looks safe enough to climb down. Find a way to stop the Darkspawn from coming back this way. Good luck.
I mean, yeah, Bronca should be famous if you think about it. A living paragon who isn't anymore. Tee-hee-hee. Yeah, the tone and atmosphere in Awakening is much lighter, even though arguably it shouldn't be. Probably at least partially in reaction to Origins.
What are you on about now?
Cat piss. Little kitty there makes me want to vomit.
Don't listen to him, Sir Pouncelot. You smell just fine.
On it.
Oh, this looks safe.
Right. Let's get started.
Yeah, if Ogren's complaining about the smell. Although, if I might be so bold, I'm with him. I cannot stand the scent of cat pee. And I know what you're thinking. Just use a litter box. Well, it's funny you say that. I cannot stand the smell of a cat litter box either.
Peasant creatures!
Hurting, that. I'll show you why they disappeared!
Yeah, that's why I mean it, Genocide. I suppose tonally it makes sense that it's lighter, as you mentioned. But, like, yeah, this game arguably handles heavier stuff than Origins did.
Let's get started. Right.
No, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Like, the litter boxes contain the smell in one spot. Oh, and also the entire room it's in, and the nearby carpet that's near it. Or whatever ground is there. Oh, wow, look at all these beautiful, completely unprotected gems. This looks very safe. Oh no! My cooldown isn't up. Oh god! Truly, my one weakness.
No mercy!
I'm just gonna have to professionally disagree with that, Blade Fall, because I am a professional. What I meant to say was personally disagree with that. But then again, I'm not a cat person, and the last time I owned a cat was 29 years ago. So all I'm trying to say is that cats suck. That's all. Death to cats. And dogs, while we're at it. Death to dogs. Wait, no, that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for revival. My niece has a cat. There's Mana Clash, in case we ever decide to use it. He still hasn't actually leveled. She still hasn't actually leveled. Let's make sure that Anders does not have Mana Clash on at the moment. Which he does not. Perfect. See, this is why I should take over the world. Because then I would ban pets forever. The moment I needed to provoke a rebellion, obviously. Because every now and again you need to provoke a rebellion in your people. If you don't, then they'll rebel over some stupid damn fool thing. So, you gotta provoke your rebellions. You gotta be like, hey, everyone, I'm banning pizza. And then, put the rebellion down. Everyone's cool for a bit. We have a period of peace. Then you gotta do something else to provoke a new one. It's like, okay, hang on. New rebellion, new rebellion. Cats are verboten. Okay, we're cool. I don't want that job, Jordan. I already get enough people telling me I suck every single day of my life. And I'm a dinky, know-nothing, irrelevant little YouTuber, or excuse me, streamer. In my own little corner of the internet. Nobody cares about me, and I still get that crap every day. Could you imagine how many people would tell me I suck every day of my life if I was Emperor? That's the most thankless job in the world. Yeah, every minute. Sir, we have a new 700 emails today telling you that you suck. Thanks. You know, that's a really good question, Imperial Star Destroyer. Unfortunately, I think I actually have an answer for you. So, one thing we do know is that in most of the areas we play the games in other words, everywhere except for Qunari and Tevinter, manipulating magic through the blood and in the blood is forbidden. It's disallowed. Which means most of these people are just kind of winging it, or don't really know what they're doing, or are only doing it without knowledge, understanding, or skill, or caution. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, Gum Gum, and we're going to move on from that sentence. So, I'm going to use a fictional analogy here instead of a real life, because I can come up with real life analogies here. But imagine for a moment if you could just beam knowledge of how to use the Force into someone in Star Wars. Just bam! You're now a Jedi. Have fun. But you just don't... You did that without telling them any of the dangers or the precisions. You don't tell them anything about how to, take care of their emotional state. You don't tell them anything about the dangers of the dark side. You don't inform them of how it could form an emotional feedback loop on you. Nothing. Just Force. Because that's what happens in the overwhelming majority of the world when it comes to blood magic and things that like blood magic. We'll actually see this a lot in Dragon Age 2. I don't know if you've played Dragon Age 2, Imperial Star Destroyer. But for those of you who haven't, it's going to be a very recurring theme. People are just kind of... Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. People just kind of get blood magic dumped on them, the knowledge of blood magic. None of the expertise, none of the know-how, none of the skill, and so it's a mess. So I find myself thinking, if blood magic could be used for things like exactly as you say, like for healing or for restoration, we know that there are ways to use blood magic for good. We've already done that in Origins. So, food for thought, right? Now, under ideal circumstances, the next sentence I would say would be, I'll look forward to exploring this topic more in Dragon Age 4, but, well, that's Dragon Age 4. And as we know... Whoop! I actually... Well, I almost never fail to catch my coin. There we go. Today, Dragon Age 4 is not coming out. What a waste. Yeah, Dorian will be an insight into this later. It makes sense in my head, 040, is how I'm going to start this sentence. I know that's not helpful. Oh, he's immune to... He's immune to frost. Pay attention, Mark. Blood magic isn't just another school of magic. It's using magic in a completely different way. And if you don't know how to do it, you can't. Like, it's not like it's a skill you could just learn. It's something that's actually impossible, right? Well, maybe impossible is a bit harsh, but you get the general idea. That. Yeah, you know what? Good comparison. Blood magic is like warlocks in D&D. It doesn't matter how hard you train or how much spent time and effort you spend studying, you're not going to learn to be a warlock. You can only learn to be a wizard. Make sense? So, you need someone else to give you that initial jump, that initial concept of blood magic and how to operate it. There's a reason why, in lore, one of the only ways you can learn blood magic is through interaction of a demon. At least, in this area. Which brings us rather neatly back to Kirkwall, where an inordinate quantity of mages who are very desperate and very afraid have resorted to reaching out to demons and saying, please teach me blood magic, so that, you know, I can survive against all the horrible stuff that's happening in Kirkwall. Another good example of Von Falkenstein. Probably a better example, actually, but still. Good stuff. Ooh. 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 Well, that's an interesting point, 040. But it's worth noting that people do practice blood magiry. It's a weird way to phrase that, but I don't know how else to put that. But they probably don't know how to do anything else with it because they don't study it, like we were just talking about. Like the phylacteries for the Mage's Tower. That's blood magic. But they know how to do blood magic. Sorry, they know how to do the phylacteries. They don't know how to do blood magic because they don't study blood magic because it's forbidden. So you see how this kind of loops in on itself, right? Yeah, by the way, there's not much I know about min-maxing Awakening, but I do know a couple of things because I played this on Nightmare, and rapid aim is one of the most overpowered suffixes you can get on a weapon, especially for an archer. Should blood magic be banned? No, absolutely not. Yeah, exactly, Imperial Structure. I don't want to get into real-life politics. You know, I try to avoid that, especially since I already screwed up today. But historically speaking, banning something doesn't have the effect of preventing it from happening. While allowing blood magic to be all willy-nilly is also probably not the answer, you know, like Tevinter, having blood magic be something that can be studied and understood and practiced and schooled is probably a better answer than all or none. They do not. In fact, I looked this up this morning because I was curious of that too, Von Falkenstein. The fire rate stance actually overrides rapid aim, which is very strange because, for those of you not aware, rapid aim stacks. So if you have rapid aim gauntlets and boots and a weapon, then you have triple rapid aim. But if you have the stance, then the stance nukes it. You can combine it with aim. You probably didn't notice this, but I actually switched Nathaniel over to aim, specifically because of that. Oh yeah, one other benefit of allowing blood magic to be studied. We have a better chance of knowing how it works, and therefore knowing how to combat it. Better armed, by being better informed. Nah, it's okay, Von Falkenstein. I just... You're bringing up a very valid point, is kind of the only thing I'm saying. Did I? Am I dumb? Don't answer that. I know I'm dumb. Hang on. I've always found it interesting when there's a setting like, random example, Warhammer. Warhammer is probably one of those rare examples where actual knowledge of chaos should probably be kept at a minimum, because simple knowledge of chaos will cause problems. No, I'm right. This is... Oh, here we go. I missed a door. I was dumb. Yay! Not yet, Dr. Winter. We haven't gone indoors and outdoors enough yet. Although, speaking of which, we need to go back to the city after this. I missed a door, PM Triox. I even went the right way initially, but I missed a door. That's... I don't want to fight any of this. Where did you come from?
You had it coming.
So we're doing this. Let's scoot forward a little bit. It is Imperial Star Destroyer, but it's pretty rough. It requires the... you have to find all of the metal things, and have the troops defend the miners, and bring them all back to Wade. And you have to do the Granite side quest, and you have to pay the full money for the wall upgrade. And you have to do the quest we're doing right now, which is clearing up the tunnels, and then you have to seal the tunnels. And I think there's another step, and then you have to leave certain people behind. You cannot leave Sigrun behind. You cannot leave Villana, I want to say, behind. Okay, let me walk that sentence back for a second. If you do all this stuff for the keep is saved. But even if the keep is saved, only certain people will survive if they stay at the keep. Hello.
As you wish.
Worst mod for a game that isn't just trash. Worst mod that isn't trash. That's an interesting sentence, Mr. Red. So I'm going to assume, based on context clues, that you're asking me about a mod that is substantial, that isn't garbage, but is like right below it. Now, I could give you all kinds of answers here, joking and otherwise, but I'm going to list something that nobody's ever heard of. The Guild of the Cloud Minders. Now, before I explain, has anyone heard of that? The answer is no, of course. But has anyone heard of it?
Commander, the ancestors favor us indeed. This is a dwarven barrier door. Before old Calharol fell, she nearly had it complete. Only the mechanism needs work. If they'd only had a bit more time to finish, Orzammar wouldn't be all alone.
Can you finish it?
Won't take me long to fix up the mechanism. Poor sods were nearly done. This is proper dwarven engineering. You stand back now. Should buy us a few years. A decade if we're lucky.
That'll give us time to devise a more permanent solution.
Cool, let's do it.
Of course.
Yeah, stand back. Nope, you're stuck on the other side of the door forever. Congrats. It was a mod for Morrowind. And one of the most common types of mods I used to see back in the day.
Oghren, you are a remarkable fighter.
One of the most common types of mods I used to see in Morrowind were guild mods. They would add new factions, because adding factions was actually really easy to do in Morrowind. And you did a sequence of quests. It was up in the northeast coast. You get a couple of quests, and they were like, we will give you the power of the weather. And you would gain, if you went through the whole cloud chain, you would gain spells to turn the weather into the different types of weather that exist in the setting, including ash storms, if you wanted to. Naturally, these did nothing. They were purely cosmetic, but there you go.
Really? Let's go round the corner so I can show you something else remarkable.
It was just a friendly compliment.
You're friendly, I'm brazen and lustful. We're even.
Oghren, you are married with a child on the way. And a negative to story while we're on the subject, but that's unrelated. Yeah, isn't it funny? Look at how bad of a cook he is.
Oh, you're back to visit old Dworkin?
Found some more sand.
Splendid. We've enough lyrium sand to keep us busy for a long time. Thanks for your help. Please, take these. Use them to give those beasts.
Yep, cool.
Seneschal Verrill has been looking for you. Please go to the throne room.
Any messages?
Just give me a moment.
You're welcome. There are two that I know of off the top of my head, Vancini, but they've left it deliberately vague because if there are any other Dwarven cities or strongholds out there, they're probably isolated as hell. Yeah, 10 gold. Not too shabby. Alright, let's hold court. I've been trying to avoid this because this advances time. Not that I know that.
Hey, Commander. We need to talk.
Okay.
Dreams. You get them? This is a Grey Warden thing, huh? Why didn't anyone tell me?
So, this is something that has fascinating implications that will never be addressed. Dwarves don't dream because of their disconnect with the Fade. But when a dwarf becomes a Grey Warden, they start dreaming. Now, we already know there's connections between the Darkspawn and the Fade, but this has a lot that you could delve into that they never do, to my knowledge. Anyways, I apologize. I should have warned you.
In my dream, I saw one of those bloated, vomit-smeared brood mothers, and it had Hespeth's face. You remember Hespeth, don't you? Bronca was there and whispered, "It's time." And Hespeth screamed and 1,000 Darkspawn burst from her.
Okay.
Then the Darkspawn surrounded me and started talking, asking me if I would like lemon in my tea. And could I please teach them to read and write? And one of them kept repeating, "Where's the baby?" And that's when I woke up.
That's not a Grey Warden dream. That's a regular dream.
Huh. I do get other dreams about Darkspawn, mostly shadows and murmuring, but nowhere scary. Thanks for listening, Commander.
You're welcome. Good question, 040. Like I said, to my knowledge, they never really dig into it. And Genocida brings up a very good question. What happens if you taint, if you Darkspawn infect a Tranquil? In fact, what happens if a Tranquil becomes a Grey Warden?
So what would you do if you didn't have to be a Grey Warden?
It's a little out of nowhere.
Is it? You've never thought about it? Does nobody ever leave the Wardens?
I mean, you can leave. It's just, you're tainted.
You can run, but you can't hide? I think I've heard that before.
No, that's
not...
not...
I like the idea of being trapped somewhere, to be honest. It reminds me of the Circle. After my 7th escape attempt, you'd think they'd have given me credit for trying.
Anders. I'm sorry, 7?
I got really good at escaping the tower. Just never good at staying escaped. Until now, I suppose. The only thing I ever missed about the Circle was that cat, to be honest.
Well, it's okay. Now you have Sir Pounce-a-Lot.
So I do. How are you doing in there, Sir Pounce-a-Lot? Ha! You'll be a fine mouser yet. Can cats be Grey Wardens?
No! You were not doing that to that innocent creature. Look, I might be pro-cat, but that doesn't mean I'm anti-cat, okay? Realize we had those already.
Oh, I've always wanted one of these.
For me? Oh, wow!
Herol's lava burst. Takes like burning.
That looks fine indeed.
Oh, I've always wanted one of these.
Alright, let's hold court. Oh, actually, well, we're already here, so we've already advanced time.
All rise. The Warden Commander and Liege Lord of all Amaranthine enters. I've held it off as long as I could, but you hold the right of high justice on your land. Certain matters of court must be decided.
Let us begin. Also, you can just skip this completely.
Be seated. The Warden Commander will first hear the matter of the Crown against the sheepherder Alec.
On behalf of the Crown, I submit that Alec stole 2 bushels of grain bound for the garrison in Amaranthine. When confronted by soldiers, he confessed. The punishment for theft from the Crown is death by hanging.
What say you, Alec?
My sheep were slaughtered by the Darkspawn. My family was starving. I asked for mercy. Commander, mercy.
The poor bugger. Had he stolen from anyone besides the Crown, he'd escape with a flogging.
Then flog him.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next matter is of a civil nature. Lady Liza Pacton is the sovereign of Terns Down. She...
I prefer to speak for myself. The old Earl Rendon Howe made certain promises to me. Some of these he committed to paper. I was given the right to the incomes of the Southern Bridge.
And what part did you take in Howe's conspiracies, Liza? To get such a fruitful prize? I am Sir Darren, and it is my land she seeks. Taken from me because I was one of the few nobles who stood against Tern Logain.
Commander, Sir Darren is an ally, and Amaranthine has precious few who support you wholeheartedly.
If there's any hope of persuading more nobles to your cause, you must be fair-minded.
So, this is fascinating to think about, because this looks like a good versus evil choice, but it's actually not. Legally, the land is hers, but also in reality land, Howe was a traitor and was doing stuff that was very under the board. The other guy lost his land specifically because he did not support the Logain insurgency. So, at that point, the legality is suddenly in question. And, well, if you just decide to go down on her because she supported your old enemy, then it's signaling to the other nobility that you are not willing to play ball. By contrast, if you go after him, or you are signaling to the other nobility that you are not willing to reward loyalty. So, this is an interesting dilemma. It's actually probably one of my favorite little choices here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go with the persuade choice because it's always the best choice. But it is legal, but I will make this up to you.
My father built that bridge. But, very well. I place my trust in you.
The Commander has spoken. The matter is resolved. Bring in Sir Temmerley the Ox.
This is a fun one.
Sir Temmerley stands accused of a murder most foul. You and your men came upon Sir Tamra in the dead of night and did cravenly ambush her. You dare too much, Captain Garavel. I am noble-born and will not submit to your accusations. You are accused of murder, sir. My soldiers found you fleeing while Sir Tamra's blood was still hot. There's a great deal of traffic on the roads, not all of it human. And it's so dangerous at night. We were merely in a hurry to reach a nice, safe place. You mock this court with your denials. You have nothing, Captain. Release me, Commander. It's this common lout's word against mine.
You will recall Sir Tamra as the knight who warned us against the conspiracy.
Oh, I remember.
Was a Confederate of Al Howe.
Yep. So, yeah, this is interesting because once again, we talked about this during the lore one. High justice and low justice, first of all, is a concept that shouldn't exist, but it absolutely does here. The simple way to put it is the laws apply differently. Whether you are in the high category or in the low category. And so you can't just be like, oh, you've murdered someone to a noble. It's the exact same reason why they were pissed that we killed Rendon Howe, even though, by all accounts, Rendon Howe should have died for his crimes, and he probably would have been brought to trial and probably would have been sentenced for his crimes. The point is, because he qualifies for high justice, there should be a whole shebang about that, and he probably wouldn't actually have been executed. By contrast, for low justice, if you chop someone down in the street and claim it was for someone who was fleeing or who was a criminal or whatever, that is legally acceptable. I know this is fun, right? So, what would happen if we execute this man?
There'd be some outrage. There's no love for the Ox, but he's a noble. With such scant evidence. But you are within your rights to execute him.
Is there really no additional evidence?
Only some blood on their clothes. A sadly common sight on travelers these days.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Besides that, nothing. The captain looked into the matter thoroughly.
So there's two ways to do this. Oh, hang on, let me finish doing these dialogues.
I fear you're correct.
Could he be innocent?
If he's innocent, I'm the Empress of Orlais.
Oh, Your Majesty!
But it's possible, I suppose.
Okay.
What is your will?
So here's the options. He must be released because we don't want to, shake the pot. We could kill him because screw him, or, and this is the middle of the road option, and it is kind of amusing. We have to imprison him because we have to do a very thorough, very long investigation. It may take time, months, years even, to really thoroughly go over the evidence to ensure that we make sure that to be as absolutely thorough with this as possible. It's going to be very difficult to go through all the information. So don't worry, we will take care of you. You will be fed and given a place where you are, have a roof. We might even forget you in the dungeon if we spend too much time doing this. That's option 3. Usually I go with option 3 because it is arguably the correct choice here for a leader to pick. But just for today...
But you can't.
Oh, but the commander very much can. This session of the Arling's court is over. And Maker, help me. I hope the next one is easier than this.
Off with his head. Yeah, that boy has clearly never suffered consequence before. All right. Oh, right, I guess. Well, shoot, we already left. So now we've already advanced time. Yeah, sorry, I should have said that, Wandering Doll. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, if you let him go, he's there when they try to assassinate you. Wah, wah. You're welcome for letting you live, jackass. I don't think so. Alright, whatever.
Have you ever thought of returning to Orzammar?
Not sure I can. Technically, I'm a surface dwarf now.
Why technically? You don't know for certain?
It's not like they send you a letter. Congratulations, you've been ejected from the warrior caste.
Do you care?
Sometimes. Then I drink more and it goes away.
Yeah, me too. Although in my case, it's Gatorade.
Let's get started.
Gatorade fixes all problems. I apparently forgot to click before I did that. My bad. It changes how the plot against you goes, Ventures. I don't actually remember the specifics. Oh no, I can, Eternus. We actually sorted that out. Thank God. I will admit I do not have any seltzer water with me, and the reason I have Gatorade right now is because I need to be hydrated. I'm not well yet. I'm still currently going through something. I'm being vague about that because even I am not 100% sure what I'm going through at the moment. There we go. Now we grab that because we already grabbed Revive. Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. And Revive is right there. Exactly where it should be. Actually, let's do this and then do that. There we go. Perfect.
This should be easy enough.
Yes, no matter what you do, the nobility try to murder you because they're nobles. Like, we have video games. Nobles have murder plots. And that sounds like a joke, but it's not. That actually is what people would do for fun back in the day. The Game of Thrones was called such for a reason.
Doors busted down, skulls thumped, and vices preyed upon. But I have answers.
Essayente.
My services are expensive for a reason. I could not unearth the conspirators' identities. They are paranoid. But I know they meet at Old Stark's farm on the Ferroval Plains.
Fantastic. You have lived up to your reputation. Thank you.
Make her be with you.
A different game, Triaxia, but yes.
You're quite the dirty little dwarf, aren't you?
You're quite the dirty little mage.
I do my best. Still, I'm no ale-swilling mountain of belches like you.
And I'm no winking, slack-jawed coward like you.
True. We should form a club.
Yeah, boredom is... A lot of people underestimate how much of an influencer boredom is on life. And history and... Well, everything. And no, that is not the same voice actor as Alistair. It is, in fact, the same voice actor as Cullen. Now, later on, that will change, but we'll get there.
As you wish.
But yes, even if you are a human noble, the nobles will try to kill you. I don't know if it even changes their opinion, because this game has a tendency to not acknowledge that you're from Dragon Age Origins.
Warden senses tingling.
Alright, so let's just do my favorite opener here. Let's... It's the commander. We've been discovered. Oh no. See, what I'm doing right now is actually quite illegal. It's okay though. I can... Hey, it's Lord Guy! He was my favorite.
Here comes Margaret!
Oh, I'm sorry, Van Falkenstein. I'm not sure who plays the wolf. I'd have to look it up. So anyways, Lord Guy is dead. Quest complete. We have dealt with the conspirators. Sure hope you enjoyed that riveting conclusion to one of the only character arcs that goes across this entire expansion. In the interest of fairness, it's not a terrible quest, and it can go several different ways, but once you find the conspirators and kill them, that's the end of that. They can ambush you, especially if you provoke them or you take too long dealing with it. You can make them worse, you can make them better, and I think that's actually it. 4 options, that sounds about right. Alright. Let's head down here. It's fine, Ventures, it's fine. They're nobles. They've got this. They have land and money. What do we have? Infinite power? Oh. A teleporting Anders? What he said.
Not to belabor, but I think this caravan was attacked.
Are you sure? Wow. I think you know the answer to that, Trihexia. You know, I'm actually less bothered by the random bandits that attack us, because they don't know who we are. And they're desperate and afraid, so yeah, okay, whatever. The nobles are actually stupider, because they know who we are. And they still are like, ha ha ha, we got this. And then we'll get a slight... Well, I mean, they won't actually get anything for defeating us. But, you know, they'll be able to go back to their everyday lives. And then do the same thing with the next one. And the next one. Look, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, Tarhuntas, because I think it was Jesse's Ward? Jesse Ward? Also likes them.
Excellent!
You know, that's fair, Lord Harrowbot.
This should be easy enough. Warden senses tingling.
This is my favorite part!
Aha, it was Jesse's mask! I knew there was somebody. Look, I've got 3 Jessies in my chat periodically. You gotta work with me here. Oh, we've got 3 Anders likers.
Let's make this quick!
I'm gonna be very blunt. I do not like Anders in Dragon Age 2. I don't know if he's negative worthy, but I am not a fan. Oh, absolutely, Von Falkenstein. Think of the extremely slightly increase in power and money that they'll get if they can claim an Arl rather than a ban. Like, that's just... Ugh. 4 people like Anders. Wow, this is getting shocking. Real talk, what I can imagine Anders getting, in terms of review score, is the same thing I imagine many of the characters will get in Dragon Age 2. A positive and a negative. Because, honestly, that's Dragon Age 2 in a nutshell. A positive and a negative. That's the whole game. That's the whole game.
As you wish.
I've said it before, Dragon Age 2 really should have been the best Dragon Age game. Now, if you think it is, no judgment. But, I mean... I guess what I mean by that is it should be unequivocally the best Dragon Age game. As I've said before, every interview and every indicator shows that expansion effect was happening. The team knew what they were doing, they were motivated, they were in lockstep with the management. It was just a very, very smooth... I don't know how to describe it. Like, the machine was working exactly as it should. All the pistons were firing at exactly the right time. It's why Dragon Age 2 is as good as it is, despite the 11-month development time. Oh yeah, and I should probably mention, I keep quoting 11 months. By some accounts, it was actually 8 months. The reason I keep saying 11 is because it depends on what you define as development and pre-work and post-work and blah, 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 blah. But 11 months is the outside regardless. 11 months is the absolute longest they could have spent working on that game. So, even if I'm being as absolutely as generous as possible, they still pushed that game out in only 11 months, which is bonkers. I mean, God, give the people another year. And some actual, funding and support. That is correct, Tarhuntus. You can quote me on that. Speaking of which, I found another piece of evidence that Anders was supposed to be Velana. It's still not true. That is to say, it's still speculation. But I found another piece of evidence about it. God, we're just aggro to the entire universe, aren't we?
On it.
No, absolutely, Jesse's Mask. Good parallel. If Majora's Mask had been rushed and not been given full support from the studio, then it would have been Dragon Age 2. And conversely, like you say, if Dragon Age 2 had received full support, it would have been Majora's Mask. So anyways, let me go and give my additional bit of evidence right now. Did you know Velana was supposed to be a party member in Dragon Age 2? I just found this out this year. This is very recent. Now, doesn't necessarily mean she was going to take Andrews' slot, but...
Let's get started. As you wish.
The only party member... Well, no, that's not true. One of the 2 party members we haven't gotten yet in Awakening on Falkenstein. Oh, tons of stuff was cut. In fact, I need to find a Twitter thread. Actually, I do, Takoida, to be honest. Especially since so many of the dungeons are just endless arrays of combat. Speaking of which, we're still stuck in combat with the same pack we've been in combat with since we entered the zone, so, you know, that's cool. Here, I'll do it during a cutscene. Get on with it. Twitter is something I will keep calling it until the end of time, out of pure spite. See you around, Imperial Star Destroyer. Enjoy the stakes. The stakes have never been higher. Okay, I had to get one dumb joke out.
Is that all you got?
Also true, Von Falkenstein. Damn it, stop killing things so quickly. There we go. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of dead naming, but it's called Twitter. Anyways, I actually don't know anybody, and I do mean anybody, who calls it the other thing. Now, granted, I don't exactly circle Twitter circles. I don't exactly frequent Twitter circles, excuse me, very often. But it's still true. That's actually still being debated, Spartan. There are several people who are currently, several companies, excuse me, who are currently pulling together suits in order to file against his trademark and brand, I believe, are the 2 big things that people are filing against.
On it.
Perhaps amusingly, copyright doesn't actually apply here. But trademark does, and brand does. I'm just picking up some random things here. Come on.
This should be easy enough.
There we go. I think it's everything. Oh, there's no way he could secure the trademark to X. That's not happening regardless. That's the funny part. Even if other companies don't already have a branding right to that, which they do, by the way, multiple, there is no way in hell that you can trademark X.
Out of my way. I need to get out of here.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm no one. I just want to get out of here.
Okay, why?
Nothing. We heard about the caravan attacks, but it wasn't us, I swear. We just thought there would be valuables left behind, but then... Make her help me. She's here. Gotta get away.
So this is Velana.
Another scavenger here to prey on the misfortunes of others? No, you are too well armed. Hear from me, then. You will not drive me from these forests. The Shems could not do it, the Darkspawn could not, and you will fare no better.
Why would I try to drive you away?
Your kind have been hounding me for months! You killed my friends, and the merchants kidnapped my sister! The caravans are only the beginning. I want Serani returned to me, or more will die. Deliver this message! Consider this a warning.
Right. So anyways.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so here's our token evil party member. And she applies that to that title a lot more than Morrigan did.
Right.
So I found the thread. Let's see, let's see.
I guess that's supposed to be threatening.
So, that's funny. So you remember how one of the biggest things I have wrong with Dragon Age 2, other than Act 3, is the fact that years pass in like a fade to black, and there's no indication of time passing? Well, originally they were going to make those months instead of years, shrinking the time. They also wanted to do progressive changes to show the passing of time in Kirkwall. They cut the progressive stuff, but kept the passage of time, which David Gator flat out admits they probably should have prevented the passage of time happening the moment it didn't feel like any time passed. It's nice to be vindicated every now and again. He wanted Kirkwall to be big. The Kirkwall is supposed to be larger, obviously. There's supposed to be a story about you struggling with becoming an abomination if you played a mage. All the Act 3 stuff, just summary, all the Act 3 stuff was cut. Orsino was not supposed to fight. I've told you about this one. Orsino was not supposed to fight you if you side with him, but it was demanded that they have another boss fight. There was originally supposed to be a decision to side with Anders, which you'll notice there is no such option. There was also supposed to be an option to be like, Anders, what the crap, and prevent the incident from happening. There was supposed to be a Varric romance. Varric was also supposed to die. We're on the subject. Oh yeah, then there was the Exalted March, which... we'll actually save that for a bit. I would never romance Varric, but I mean, it's a little weird that you can't. You know?
Hurting yet?
Of all the people, for all the ill-conceived reasons you can romance in these games, they decided not to let you romance Varric.
Only one shall stand. On it.
You can romance Anders in Dragon Age 2.
Destructive forces of nature coming right on.
We can do this!
Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Yeah, Varric was what we call a lucky coincidence. He should not have been as good as he is.
Don't these Dalish elves travel in packs? What's with a tiny camp? And here, looks like there was a bit of a fight, but no bodies. Just all these weapons. Something smells here, Commander, and it isn't me.
Thanks, Ogren. And yeah, there's just a bunch of weapons piled in a body. This is how you do a false flag operation really, really badly. Like, this shouldn't fool anybody but the dumbest, most gigantic ignorami ever. Only a moron, only a complete fool would be fooled by this.
Let's get started.
Ahem. I mean, to be clear, that is absolutely a fan theory. As in, it's not true. But I do like it, Von Falkenstein. I'm with it. Yeah, this could only work if this was not someone who physically walked up, saw this site, and was like, oh my god, you're the one who took my sister. Which, again, no. I suppose we should do this little quest. I guess. Whoops.
Let's get started.
Yes, Tarhuntus. You can tell because Sigrun is not in the party. Excuse me, never mind, I kicked her out of the party. One of my archer. No, that's very true, Von Falkenstein. We're all biased to some extent or another. But some of us tend to lean towards, oh, well, this obviously proves me right, therefore it must be true. To use an example of that, if I was someone who said, oh, clearly Velana was supposed to be Anders in Dragon Age 2, then that would just be me confirming my own bias, because I prefer the idea. But, as I pointed out, and as Lord Harrowmont pointed out earlier, no, it's not anywhere near that cut and dry. What is substantially more likely is Dragon Age 2 was a rushed, troubled production, in which they couldn't decide what they were doing with certain characters. We already know with total certainty that at least 2 of the characters were completely overhauled in Dragon Age 2 from what they were intended to be, one of which is Varric. So, no, that's more likely. But, if I was an idiot, aka a bias confirmer, I would be like, so, Velana was clearly supposed to be Anders in Dragon Age 2, and here's my proof. Flimsy proof that barely proves my point. There you go. And then when one of you, rightfully, called me on that, I would get defensive. No, no, no. You're just dumb. You're just unwilling to think outside the box. You just accept whatever's told to you. You're just not willing to actually acknowledge reality around you. I can't even do it. I can't even do like what they do correctly because it's so dumb. And then it probably devolves into a shouting match because a lot of people who don't know how to argue just try to be louder.
You come here.
Okay.
It has been a long time. I have forgotten my name, but I am a warrior. I am Avar, and I am cursed.
Right. You've been gone for centuries.
Far longer than that. Seasons beyond counting. I was a man to be feared, a man of war. The Tevinter mages, they came here seeking easy prey. But they found me, my brother, my tribe. We broke their army at the Fort of 1,000 Vigils, then pursued the Magister.
Zaid Stone Masani. So, that was over 1,000 years ago.
So long. We cornered the Magister here. Here we would sacrifice him to Yuvola, the god of this wood. As his guards fell one by one, he struck my brother and I with liquid fire. So even as the Magister's body was torn apart, my brother and I watched from stone eyes.
Yeah, that sucks. Can I do anything for you?
The Tevinter Magister that cursed my brother and I, he leads a mockery of life. Disturb the ashes nearby. Summon him. Kill him. Free me.
Stranger. No, come here. My brother called to you. Do not listen. The Magister's death will accomplish nothing.
Is your brother lying?
I have never known him to speak a falsehood, but he is mistaken. My brother is consumed by rage. Over long years, his anger grows. Anger will not free us. Revenge will not free us. I've used the long years to think, to pray to our gods.
Okay. What will free you then?
There is no release, but with peace, serenity, we can sleep.
Oh, you want me to break the statues?
I have slept many seasons with only my brother's anger to call me back. Show him the way. This does not have to be a torment.
Okay. How exactly do you want me to convince him of that?
With reason or a silver tongue? He is the son of the Father, a warrior born. With the long seasons, I have seen that violence often accomplishes naught. Teach him.
I don't know, I just killed like 30 people walking up to you guys, so...
The deed is not yet done.
Yeah, about that.
My brother has grown weak. In truth, weakness was always in him. He was a thinker, a dreamer, not a warrior.
Okay. Has the anger helped you in all this time?
This life of Earth is beyond bearing. The Magister stirs from his ashes, and my blood boils. He yet lives.
Yeah. Give in to your anger. Never, Grouchy.
What you ask is difficult. My soul calls out to smite he who cursed my brother and me.
You yourself just talked about how you watched him get hacked to pieces in front of you.
I will try. It will take time.
Okay.
You have calmed him. If it lasts, perhaps we can sleep and wake in a brighter future. Thank you.
Yeah. Enjoy the kind of death.
Before I sleep, let me whisper to you of Law of the Earth, our secret herbs. May they help you, stranger. Good night.
Thanks. Thank. Yeah, and then there's this giant sky beam, and it's, oh my god. So, who wants to meet the most personable mage in the entire franchise?
You're standing in my dirt.
Is that a problem?
No, of course not. I'm just scowling at you because I'm a cantankerous old lady. That dirt was specially prepared for my plants. I only have to find the seeds now. It's just a matter of time, I'm sure.
Are you Inez, a botanist?
You've heard of me then? Read one of my books, have you?
Wynn asked me to find you.
Win? What now? She's not going to try to get me to teach slack-jawed apprentices again, is she? She used to pester Uldred about his duty to the apprentices, when he just wanted to be left alone. No wonder he went crazy and tried to kill everyone.
The College of Magi's meeting. And she needed you there to be a voice of reason.
And she told you to find me? Huh. She must be clutching at straws. It's been some time since the college was called together. Why now? No, I can't go. Not yet. I'm not leaving till I get the seeds of the northern prickleweed. I've been here too long just to give up.
If I find them for you, will you go to the meeting?
I suppose another pair of eyes wouldn't hurt. And if you actually succeed, I'm sure I could scrounge up some kind of reward. You're looking for the seeds of a northern prickleweed. The plant has broad, dark green leaves with thorny stems and is most commonly found growing on rocky ground. Go on now. If I'm going to be traveling, I'll need to make preparations.
Okay. Nice lady. I'm either starting to like her or I'm going to kill her. Speaking of... Did you... Vilana, could you quit it for like 5 seconds, please?
You're gonna get yours!
Okay, maybe setting the trees on fire wasn't the best tactical decision here.
I can see why.
Reminds me of my favorite strategy back in DOS 2. Okay, I'm going to summon a bone spider, and then I'm going to set it on fire. I gotta be real. If I was the GM of a party whose main tactic was setting a bone spider on fire, and then leashing it on their enemies, I would have every single enemy roll a check. Like, imagine some bandits on the road like, alright, there comes someone. Excuse me, sir, we're here to rob you. And then just a bone spider, which I should probably mention is about 10 feet tall. Or a little under 3 meters, excuse me, a little over 3 meters tall. And it's on fire. Shrieks. God, I hate fighting shrieks.
Only one.
Here comes Ogren!
Who was that? Was that you? That was you. Almost there. Hey, Andrew. Gosh, I don't know what to do with him now, actually. Oh, never mind. We'll do attunement. That's a really good one. Speaking of which, Van Falkenstein asks, what do I think of the new stuff? I think it's rad. I do think it's a classic. It's better than the old stuff. Almost all of the new spec stuff is just better than the old stuff. But that's fine. I don't mind that because, you know, power creep expansion, you get it. Having said that, though, it is funny how much of these are just better than the previous ones. What's really funny is how many of them completely coincide with previous ones, or rather, can be used in combo with previous abilities. There's some extraordinarily overpowered combos you can do in this game. Get this up to the 50s. Yeah, no kidding, Venters. Just think about how it would sound, too. You could hear the fire, and then you just hear as it's stomping over to you. I guess we'll work on that. Still don't have enough dexterity. How much are you missing? 2 more levels. Okay. What was I working on? Do I already have... I do. Okay. Yes, Lothario. Good friggity luck, but yes, that is something that is possible. Whoop, no. There we go. Yeah, magic's a thing, but it's a giant... Okay. Part of the problem, too, and I don't mean this as an unkindness, is a lot of GMs are too adherent to the rules, and most rule sets don't actually have much for, you know, the members of the party, or the enemies you're fighting are living beings with sentience and sapience. You know? So, while there is the possibility of doing a morale check, that's kind of it. And so some GMs will be like, ah, sure, we'll do a morale check. And that's it. That's as far as that will go. Shrug.
On it. Right.
I mean, don't mistake me. I'm all in favor of a good rule set. I do, after all, like playing board games. But come on. Giant bone spider that's on fire. Come on. What else do I have to add to that?
I think you have a chance.
Time to die!
This should be easy enough.
What I usually let players do if they're trying to roll Intimidate is I let them say what they're doing. Like, they actually tell me. Let me use a specific example. So, I once had a monk who had strong resistance to damage. DR, put simply. And that monk was like, oh my god. And we're dead. Right as the heal goes off. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so reload. Because we just died. We just died to a pack of wolves. It's just... Anyways, he was trying to interrogate someone to get some information out of him. And they're like, okay, well, we can't torture the guy. That's not going to work. So what do we do? How do we get some information on this Yahoo? I was like, I've got an idea. So what he did is he had to redo the last couple of fights because I'd saved in about a minute. What he did was he grabbed a knife and he's just sitting here chatting with the guy. And it took the guy a couple of seconds to notice that he was driving the knife into his own hand. Now, the monk was fine. He had DR and resistance and all sorts of stuff. So he was unaffected by, you know, the self-mutilation. But the guy was just like, oh my god! What are you doing? Yeah, we're just having a conversation. Ah! What do you want to know? Yeah, you get it too, Glenna. So, yeah, I allowed it, obviously. And he was like, alright. The guy talked. What's really funny, though, is they weren't sure he was telling the truth. So the guy was like, oh, yeah, okay. Yanks the knife right back out of his hand. And then just grabbed the guy's hand. And that was the moment he was like, no, I swear, there's nothing else. Oh, okay. Didn't actually do anything to the dude, just, you know, grabbed his hand. Hello?
Don't look. Don't look at me.
By the way, hi, Ross.
Olaf, my name. Came with friends to drive out away the elf, but the Darkspawn were too quick. We were ripped apart. biting claws and teeth from the darkness, and then I woke, flesh and bone and gristle under me, around me. Everyone dead. Dead, soft meat melting into the ground. I crawled away, came here. Can't stand to see it.
You know anything about the elf sister?
Sister? I have a sister. Do I? Elf sister? No, we did not take her. Probably dead. Or eaten.
Did you kill the elves?
No. No. Darkspawn came first. They slaughtered us, took our steel, brought it to the elven camp, tricked us, tricked the elf. Now, she thinks we are to blame. Hunts all in her rage while they watch.
So all these people died over a misunderstanding? Maker, that's horrible. We have to stop her. Tell her she's wrong. Do you think she's back at her camp? We could try looking for her there.
The Dark Ones are curious about you too. They watch you as well as her. Can you feel them?
This disease will kill you, you know.
Am already dead. Am already gone. Make an end. Please.
Good morning, Sean. Gotta pull out Mercy, which I always have in my person. Ever since I played Outer Wilds.
Darkspawn approach. Watch that
It's actually called Mercy. I'm not making that up, if you're not aware of Blade Javal. It's kind of a running gag. It'll show up in future Dragon Age games too. So, you know how in Mass Effect we always have that stupid Carnifex because they can't know your build or your class or your spec, so you always just have the same dumb pistol in cutscenes? It's a similar concept. So, no matter what build or spec or class you are, you always have Mercy.
Let's get started.
And Mercy is almost always used to... so they call it Mercy.
Watch for the beasts.
I'm already tired of this song. I also just cast the wrong spell. And then I got overwhelmed. I'm gonna die to rocks running over me. Stop rolling on me. Stop rolling on me. Jazz is just better. Okay. Oh god. Why are there more? Now I want you to imagine Nicolas Cage saying, "Not the rocks! Not the rocks! Oh god, not the rocks!"
Stand back. I can handle this.
Hello, Pillars of Snow. Happy Labor Day. I hope you're having a good Labor Daber. Okay, I think we're at the wrap-up point. We do need to find that stupid thing still. Let's go ahead and pop a haste.
Why are you still here? I told you to stay away from me. I warned you. This place is not for you.
So, the humans didn't kidnap your sister.
I know a human crime when I see it. I've experienced more than enough of them. You will pay for repeating their lies.
Villana. Villana.
Warden senses tingling.
I can't wait till she's in my party.
This should be easy.
wolves! Wolves! Not the wolves! Not the wolves! Help! Help! Let's just try this. Speed motion.
You'll get my good missed when I'm done with you.
Look, those wolves ventures, you don't even know. Yeah, Villana's kind of a person if you're not Dalish.
You will never take me alive.
Okay. Shink. You realize I'm not here to kill you, right?
I will not go with you to some Shemlin magistrate. I won't bow to their rules.
Will you at least talk?
Talk.
Yeah. So the Darkspawn are playing at the humans against the elves.
What? The Darkspawn are mindless. It is not possible.
Yep. You realize that the humans who did this can't be responsible. The Darkspawn killed them.
They should never have come here in the first place. If they had just left us alone, all this would never have happened. If it wasn't the humans who killed my people and took Serani, are you saying the Darkspawn did it?
Uh-huh. Here, I found a trinket.
That is Serani's. She would never willingly part with that. Our mother gave it to her before she died. Why would the Darkspawn do this?
Childish understanding of basic concepts.
You have no reason to trust me, but let me come with you.
No.
Great. Another twitchy magic sort. Just what we need.
My name is Villana, if you care for such things. Do you know where the Darkspawn might dwell?
Tunnels.
There is an abandoned mine some ways to the north of here. The tunnels run far into the earth. We will likely find the Darkspawn there.
Alright. Well, this should be fun. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time Tomb Raider. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So some of you... How many of you know what no men means? I imagine it's a decent chunk of you.
Yes.
For those of you who do not remember the specifics of that, we were doing the Dragon Age lore run 8 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. It's been a while. And during that lore run, people would not stop talking about Inquisition, which had just come out. So I typed up a big text message I was going to put up on the screen that said, "No mentioning Inquisition, please." Unfortunately, there was a screw-up and it didn't turn out quite right, so hence now we call it No Men. But the reason I bring it up is we were in this forest, I do believe, when that happened. So in honor of the old meme...
Less fighting, more dying! Fight for the Dalish! Let's make this quick, shall we? Show me what you've got!
Now, what do you want to bet someone pops into the stream right about now and thinks I'm going at some kind of gender politics? It's like, no, no, no. It's even, like, you can't even tell. It's even partially off the screen. Because, you know. As you can see, there's the rest of it. No. We're gonna get rid of that. We do like all women parties. We're gonna have a party of let's see, Meryl, me, and we'll be playing female. I can't think of a name all of a sudden, but the female guard who's one of the best characters. Oh, we'll have Varric. We will have Varric, because Varric is Varric. Aveline, that's her damn name. Oh 1 second. I need to... Like I said, Blade Tavol, that's why I don't feel safe just leaving that up there. Isabella does have 2 very powerful armored cores. Actually, yeah, Meryl, Aveline, and Isabella is a pretty legit power combo. It essentially means that you've got the trio regardless of what you play, and then you just kind of serve as a magnifier to whatever they're doing. How did I miss it? It's like right over here. There it is. It's right next to me. God damn. Yeah, we're playing a drow. That's true. Varric is better than Isabel in pretty much every way. In bed, too. Not that I know that. Look, Isabella is more of a quantity over quality kind of person. But Varric...
Any luck? Did you find any northern prickleweed?
Here you go.
Marvelous. Look at them. Oh, magnificent. Such a smooth seed coat. Like onyx. You, my friend, are a worker of miracles. Here, I whipped up some herbal remedies for you, and a list of instructions so you can recreate them if you like. And now it's time for me to leave. Perhaps our paths will cross again at a later date. Good luck.
Listen, I didn't want to admit to anything, Spartan, but... You know... Oh, this puzzle. Okay. I don't remember what we're trying to do with this.
As you wish.
I legitimately don't remember the puzzle here, so we're just gonna do this.
Right. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough.
That is a mod, Wandering Doll. There's also a mod to make every woman's boobs that big. There we go. Perfect. Puzzle complete. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, hey, it's the Magister I said I wouldn't kill.
Right.
Cool. I will be playing a mage in Dragon Age 2 and 3, actually.
Let's get started.
It's all mages all the way down. Yeah, there. I hope so, Spartan. I'm not sure if we'll manage it. We do have one major area left. But we've done 2 of them, and there aren't that many in Awakening. So we'll see. We still have a weird little, extremely unavoidable trap that there was no way we could have ever avoided seeing this trap coming to stand onto. So let's get this out of the way. It has since been retconned that, yes, he's like Corypheus. Just getting that out of the way. I haven't done anything with it yet, but that's a thing.
Eliza, you are the commander of the Grey Wardens. Do not be frightened. Your injuries have been tended to. I apologize for what I must do. I do not wish to be your enemy. But now is not the time for this. Rest.
Yeah, exactly, RRC. I've actually never played a mage in Dragon Age 2. Or 3. Well, asterisk, but we'll get there.
Serani! Oh, creators, what have they done to you?
They haven't done anything. I'm fine, Villana. It's not me he wants. I have to get you out before something bad happens. I don't want anyone else to be hurt.
Yes, all right. Let me out and I'll take you home.
The Darkspawn have your things. You can still get it all back if you're careful and clever.
Well, I'm neither.
They're going to come back to check on you. You have to hurry.
No, Spartan. What I mean is that he would... what Corypheus is what the architect also is. But that's not originally. That was retconned. But in lore, yes. You get what I mean.
They're coming. You have to go. Find a way out of the mines. Please.
I can't just leave you. Serani, wait!
Yeah, let's... You can tell there's not much to talk about in Awakening because we keep talking about Dragon Age 2.
Peasant creatures.
Like Venter's just now is like, so we could talk about Awakening, but hang on, hear me out. Why don't we talk about Dragon Age 2 instead? I'm like, oh my god. And you're probably wondering, why do I dislike that? It's because experience has taught me that if I allow that to just run rampant, what will happen is that we'll get to the game in question and then have nothing to talk about because we've already talked about it all.
Right.
So, you know. Let's pull back a little bit, guys. Just a bit. Little. Let's...
A ballista? Those things are for cowards and elderly women. Come on.
I'm both of those things. Ah, that's fair, Venters. Well, let's put it this way. I don't like it. There you go. There's your super duper ultra summary. I do love forgetful pills. Ugh. I take them every day.
This is it! You don't stand a chance!
Here comes Margaret!
Punch him to death, everyone! Oh yeah, I need to make sure she's set up. I just realized I don't think I did set her up. I need you to be a healer, please. But I'm not a healer. Yes, you are. But no. You are now a healer. Heal. All mages who are not me are healers. You're a spirit healer now, too. Have fun. But no. I'm sorry, Gentle. I try to stream as long as I can. I know I fail. There we go. That'll do. What about Starfield, Gum Gum? I mean, if you're here to spoil Starfield, then we might have to have a chat. The Seeker collected 2 elves, male and female. The rest died defending their camp. Unfortunate, but a small price to pay. The male has since dashed his head on the wall. Odd. Don't all living beings strive for survival? The Seeker confessed he did more than simply collect the elves. He found the elves and humans at odds, and then exacerbated the conflict by making the humans look responsible for their disappearance. He said he wanted to see how the elf leader would react. Odd again. The female elf has developed a bond of sorts with her guard. Many of the other disciples seem drawn to her as well. The Seeker says her name is Sarani. I should speak with her. Maybe she will understand.
Let's get started.
What happens if the old gods perish? Does the song die with them? The blood is the key. The blood is always the key. The female elf is accommodating, allowing me to take her blood for my work. Perhaps she thinks I'll release her if she cooperates. My disciples report that another elf is rampaging through the woods, killing humans. Revenge for what we did to her kind, only she hasn't seen through the ruse. We'll keep this from Sarani. If she's upset, she may stop cooperating. Perhaps I should have killed it while it slept. If I could remake Dragon Age Origins, what top 5 changes would I make? Oh, jeez. I assume you mean proper remake. So, full tilt.
This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Yeah, 5 changes? Ooh. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I mean, party limit is the really easy, obvious one. There's a lot of ways to do that. We've talked about all the options, but one way or another, get rid of the party limit. That is honestly option 1. Hang on, Spartan. Let me come back to that in a second. So, although, actually, no. My answer to you is get rid of the party limit. That's that. There you go. That's the answer. Did I not? Question mark? Oh, there it is. Let's just say, I was cursed because I didn't loot. The game knew. There's another rapid aim. Hey, look. Hey, look, aim. Wow. Hey, Nathaniel, I got a present for you. Reduce hostility plus damage to dragons, which will become useful later. I'll give you that for right now. At least one of us should have armor. Okay, so... Yeah, no kidding, Spartan. So yeah, honestly, that's the easy one. So, remove the party limit. One way or the other. Remove the party limit. Option 2.
Right. On it. This should be easy enough.
This is kind of a cheat, but I would go ahead and say smooth out the holes in the story. Low gains, inconsistent stuff, the fact that I think they don't portray Honora particularly well, the fact that they can't make up their minds with regards to several aspects of how the setting works, or the timeline, you know, just all of the stuff that's the byproduct of a 6-year development cycle. We have hindsight, we have analysis. Let's go through and just kind of smooth things over, you know, make that happen. So that's option 2. Let's see. Hello, Evo. Option 3 is we add Evo to the game. I think that would improve the game substantially.
Let's see what your innards look like.
Time for some fun.
Let me out.
Honestly, reduce the number of encounters. There's a lot of good encounter design in Origins. It's one of the things it does best on the gameplay axis and the source of a lot of those gameplay positives. But there are too many just encounters that don't need to be there. Now, that would necessitate a readjustment of the power progression curve in order to accommodate the reduced amount of experience you're gaining. But I would absolutely make that change. There is far too much trash in this game. You're welcome, by the way.
Hey, that's mine! That thing has my things! It's got its sallow, clammy hands all over my doodads, touching my junk! No one touches Argren's junk and lives!
You can tell Steve Blum loved that line.
This should be easy enough. Magic. As you wish.
There's Ogren's gear.
This should be easy enough.
Okay, so hang on. So we've done, and no, I haven't adventures. I actually don't look at those polls anymore. Party limit, smooth out the story, reduce the encounters. I know this is going to sound strange. I wouldn't touch the graphics. I mean, I would, but because it's a proper remake. But at the same time, if you only gave me 5 things to change, graphics would probably be like number 15, you know? I would get into more nitty-gritty stuff before I even touch the graphics. Because I'm not a big fan of the graphics, but I'm a much bigger fan of a good game than I am a good-looking game. So it's just lower priority for me, especially with all the other problems. Don't mistake me, I obviously care about the graphics of a game. I have several categories for giving it positives. But you get my point. Like, I think there's just more important things to smooth over. Where is your frickin'... There it is. I always find that funny because most people list graphics at the top of changes when it comes to remasters. Like, it's actually considered normal that you change up the graphics when you do a remaster. Whether it should be or not, debatable. Its own topic.
On it.
I think the graphics in this game are serviceable. I think that's how I'm going to describe them. I'm not a big fan of them, but they work. They're indicative, and they have not distinction, that's the wrong word. They actually don't have distinction. But you can tell what you're looking at, you can tell what you can do, you can tell what you interact with, you blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I'm down to the 5th thing, and I need to decide what the 5th change will be.
You're the Warden Commander. I would not have expected to meet you here. Did those bastards get you too?
Yep.
I had hoped you would avoid capture. Would be luckier than the rest of us. I was to help rebuild the Ferelden Wardens, just as you were. We were at Vigil's Keep less than a week when the Darkspawn came. I think I'm the only one left. The others are dead, or worse.
You know, that's fair, Terra. In some games, graphics are so bad that they actually get in the way of gameplay. Looking at you, Parasite Eve.
There's no sense in regret. You must escape. The Darkspawn have some kind of plan for you, and it cannot be good. But listen, there is a Darkspawn here carrying a huge maul. He crushed my legs. He took my wedding ring. Please, Commander, slay him. Bring the ring to my wife, Nida, in Amaranthine. Tell her I died trying to make this world better.
Done.
He wanted to make the world a better place? What an insipid line. Is that really supposed to make her feel better about his death?
I'm not with her.
Thank you, Commander. Maker turn his gaze on you.
I do think Awakening looks better, and I could describe why. Look at the screen we're looking at right now. This is also true back when we were doing the other long zone, the Kol Hiral or whatever, the Dwarven town. In Dragon Age Origins, most of the dungeons, even the better designed ones, were just long, empty corridors and right angles. Here, they've actually started to put a little bit of design into it. We see little planks of wood up against the wall, there's barrels, there's a little bit of rope hanging here for no reason, there's crystals over the little thing. You get the point. It is definitely better on the visual angle. I'm not sure if it's worth more than a single brickwork positive, because it still looks like this. But it is still noticeably better in terms of design than Origins, which actually got a negative for brickwork. I should jot that down while I'm thinking about it. More doodads is always good? No. Better doodads is always good? Yes. There is such a thing as over-doodadding, although that's usually more in television than it is in video games, but it's still true. I'm fine, Evo. Everything's fine. Don't worry about me. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, kill me. Alright, so.
I will never give in! On it.
I think you're right, Spartan. I think Awakening just kind of stumbled because the intro was really, really bad. Like 8 separate negatives bad. I'm having additional new issues. Evo, there's the truth. I am in a decent amount of pain right now. I don't feel sick or nauseous, I'm having hurt, you know? That's okay.
On it.
Because I'm playing a good game. That's putting me in a good mood.
This should be easy enough.
That's true, I don't like Velana. Sorry. I should have gotten Guile's theme going. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Listen, Colgrim. Life is pain. The sooner we accept the dark embrace of the infinite abyss. Can't even say that with a straight face. +2 modded regen in combat. Oh, nice. You can have a Darkspawn staff, Ilana. Nobody cares about you anyways. There you go. And Ogren, where the hell is your weapon? There it is. Must have completely missed it earlier. I guess it's literally better than nothing. Actually, no. Listen, Eternus. Okay. I don't want to be negative about a game that a lot of people love. But I also don't like to be a liar. By the end of Baldur's Gate 3, I was really sick of that game. It dragged on entirely too long, and I was very, very ready to be done with it by the end there. All of the dozens upon dozens of rocks in those shoes just got to me. Now, this game has issues. It has design problems. It has fundamentally broken games. It has irritations and frustrations. But playing it is substantially smoother. I have yet to get to the point where I cannot wait to stop playing it, which is good. because we're almost done. Also true, Juju's. So,
The ghouls have taken...
going straight from Baldur's Gate 3 to this, it's kind of a relief, is what I'm trying to say. As I say, you are not the only person I know who did that, Evo. I know several people who were just like, yep, we're gonna walk away from this. Act 3. You know, that's true, Colgrim. You're absolutely right. This is... So, I'm frozen. This is a me problem, I will freely admit. But if I can't see the finish line, metaphorically or literally, it bothers me. And as a consequence, I tend to have a harder time dealing with it. Let me use a direct example. Let's say I'm exercising, and I'm not keeping track of a timer or anything like that. So I have to keep exercising until the timer finishes. I can't see the timer, I just have to keep going until it goes off. That will actually be harder for me to do than if I can physically see or hear the timer. If I can see the timer, I know how much is left, and I can pace myself and deal with myself and take care of myself, and I know how far I have to push myself. Really, really, really basic thing, right? But that's just how I work. That's true in a lot of things. You know, if I can see the finishing line, it's like, there. And I've said this before, and because I've noticed this in my own playstyle in general, not just with where it comes to reviews. Let's finally get over the 50 marker there. Once I start to get to the point where I'm getting towards the end... Really? All right, I said it was going to be 2 more levels, and I was right. Once I start getting towards the end of a game, I start to pick up steam a little bit because I can see the finish line. And yeah, exactly, Colbrim. That's one of several reasons, but yes. It's like Eternus over there, you know. Eternus can tell that I'm almost done with this game, and he's like, oh, thank God, finally. Eternus just wants me to shut up, which, you know, I don't blame him. Sorry, get some real gear on here. Although... yeah. Stand by that. Get my gear on. Hang on, Serana. Give me 1 second. Yep, I'll keep using the... oh, no, I'm gonna... Yes, commit. Put Kaelin's armor back on, because it's still kind of the best I have for me at the moment. Let's go with that one. Basic, but simple. Okay, commit. Thank you, Eternus, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. I just want to get to Dragon Age 2. I've said it before. I'm excited. I'm legitimately looking forward to it. Looks like someone just killed the question bot. I'm not gonna name names. Gum, but give me a sec. There we go. I'm looking forward to reviewing Dragon Age 2. Whether I'm looking forward to playing it or not is a slightly more complex question. Game, target the... okay, fine, whatever.
I am a mite of a
There we go.
Desperation.
Oh, absolutely, Vekajab. No question. AC4 is on the list, I do believe.
I am a
verify that. And anyways, I saw the question, Gum Gum, and no, I don't agree with that at all. There's too many charismatic people who are horrifically unempathetic. Ace Combat 4 is not on the list? God damn it. Hang on. Hang on. No. Hang on. I'll explain in a minute why I think it's on the list, but I am apparently wrong. Nobody's donated towards it yet. Yeah, nobody's donated towards Ace Combat 4. Because I was going to say, I thought someone had a list because it's right frickin' here. I bought the damn game. I'm not even going to pull it out of the wrapping because I have no reason to, but I do have Ace Combat 4 right here. So you can see why I assumed someone added it to the list. But I just double-checked. No one's donated towards it. So, whatever. I keep track of these kind of things for a reason. I will put that towards Ace Combat 4. And thank you for being part of the show, Blade Chaval. I will put that towards Ace Combat 4. You gotta give me a minute here. Also, I may ask people to start clarifying, because we've got AC4, which is Armored Core 4, then we've got AC4, which is Ace Combat 4, then we've got AC4, which is Assassin's Creed 4, and all of those are valid games that people have been suggesting donating towards. So do me a favor, for my sake, and start actually saying the name and not the acronym. Just for clarity's sake. It's okay. They never made an Asheron's Call 4, so we're good on that one. Where am I? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's where I am. Most people say Black Flag, which I admittedly don't. I call it Asheron's... I call it Assassin's Creed 4. Or AC4. See, the problem is I'm diseased on that one, because AC means only one thing to me. Asheron's Call.
On it.
And all these long years, when I hear AC, I automatically think Asheron's Call. You noticed me doing it just a few seconds ago. I had to correct myself. That's a... Oh, that's the rest of my inventory. Sir Pouncelot! Inventory full. What? Okay. Sure. That's a new problem. We're just gonna do this for a second, because I kind of want all my gear back. I mean, I guess I don't need all of this back. We're just going to leave loot in here, because my level of care is dipping very, very rapidly here. Oh, for God's sakes. Absolutely, Bragman. Thank you.
You are not supposed to be here.
What's that supposed to mean?
You are not one of them. You were brought here. They do not allow those they bring here to wander as they please. If they find you, they will kill you.
Okay. You seem comfy.
They do not harm me. I bring them supplies. They give me gold.
So you're the reason every Darkspawn has been having stuff. Makes sense. Here, let's actually... We're getting really picky now. Let's get rid of a lot of this crap. Okay.
You return.
So, would you consent to trading at Vigil's Keep?
Vigil's Keep? That is the Grey Warden's keep near Amarantine. Yes, I know it. If there is coin to be had, Armas will be there. We will meet again, if you survive this place.
Peace.
Go then. I will say nothing of you to the Darkspawn.
Cool. Meh.
This should be easy enough.
Hello.
Look at the size of that thing! Let's get started. I am the might of the Dalish!
Scream for mercy!
I'm tired of this! Come now! Defend yourself! This should be easy enough.
Is the battle over yet?
Such game. Well, that sucked. Chain's done. Let's go ahead and get you up. Which was already done. Never mind, never mind.
You don't stand a chance!
Oh my god, it's just stun spamming. It's... You got any other tricks in your book there?
Let's make this quick!
Time to get messy.
Ha! Missed your chance!
Better than that. Here we go!
Oh my god. Well, one down. Back off for a minute.
Vengeance! On it.
Do I think copying is theft? If you buy a comic book and post it online, might steal it from the company. No, that's stupid. Any questions? Hey, look, the slippery ferret. I actually thought that said the slippery slope for 1 second, which... Yeah, anyways. The way the math usually lines up is actually very simple. Cutscene? No. Okay. The number of people who are a lost... Oh, here we go. Who are a lost sale because of the fact that they've decided to read your PDF of the comic is minuscule. Now, there's no hard data on this because no hard data is possible. But, no. It's pretty much the exact same reason why, let's say I buy a movie, like a DVD or whatever, and I sit down and watch it with my friends. There are people who would look at that and say that that is stealing. Because they didn't buy the movie, after all. It is the exact same reason why I cannot stream movies or television.
Why is she with that monster? We must get to her.
Pull yourself together, smack.
You're right. I have to stop. I have to think. There must be another way.
They're Darkspawn. They'll probably head for the deep roads.
The home of the Children of Stone. Yes. They say wardens can sense Darkspawn, even deep beneath the ground. I would join the Grey Wardens. Give me the ability to hunt down these monsters in the deep.
The joining could kill you. It won't, but it could.
I am not afraid of death. I will pledge my service to you in exchange for the powers your order can grant. What say you?
Sounds dumb, but sure.
Masiranas. Shall we go then? I've had enough of this place.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have actual experience with lore running shows. Spoilers, it works really, really well. Like, it's a great format. Because I could just hit space and pause the episode, point out stuff. I could skip forward and back in the episode. I could show other episodes to kind of get across a point. And, of course, I could talk about little details as they're happening. I can even do things like, remember this. And just say that, and just leave that point sitting there, so that people notice things they might not otherwise notice. It's a fantastic format. And I can't do it, because it's considered piracy. Sure. Now, granted, that's a little bit of a personal take on it, but I stand by it. I legitimately think it's a little bit silly. Yeah. Yeah, you go ahead and put those on. Yeah, come in. Also, do I have... No, I don't. Okay, cool. So I apologize to everyone for the fact that I will probably never actually do a lore run of a movie or a show. Because, you know, I haven't taken over the world yet.
This should be easy enough.
Oh god, put the mask back on.
Unfortunate. No, it is lost to us now. There is no point in returning, Uther. Your former comrades are impressive. They will be difficult to convince. No, Uther. I will fulfill my promise to you. All is not lost yet. Come. We must prepare for battle.
You know what's really sad, von Falkenstein? I wasn't aware of that until very recently. The study you're referencing. That's what I do, Spartan. That's how I do my lore runs of Star Trek, is what I'm doing specifically. Okay, so, yeah, I guess that's everything. We did it. We saved the day. Woo! I was just say, I live in the States. We don't get that kind of news all that often.
Thank the Maker you arrived. Things are getting out of hand. My son is starving! Open the granaries! Bloody feed your people!
Grave times, Commander. The common folk are getting desperate. Maybe you can say a few words, calm them down, make them see reason.
Varl, you don't coddle a revolt, you put it down. Just give me the order.
Dude, chill. They're hungry. Ahem.
We will not be...
Let the commander speak.
But we must eat. We...
Quiet!
New Zealand, Colgrim. We will give you grain. Because I'm not a goddamn moron.
You're what?
Maker bless you, Commander.
Crisis averted, I suppose. But if you give a mob a rooster, they'll take the chicken coop next time.
I don't know how you did that. Men?
They were hungry and I gave them food.
Be in the keep.
That's how I did that. Have you ever been starving, Sir Knight?
Little blighter.
That's one way of putting it.
They talked about you in the army. Fergus Kuzlin said you wouldn't have the stones to show your face again. But you proved him wrong. I respect that.
You do?
Yeah. Throw caution to the wind. Run headlong into danger and sod the consequences. That's the only way to live.
Thanks. I think.
Yep. Don't you give a piss what the others think. Ogren's got your back.
Cool. Now, having said that, Dakota is correct. That what we just did is a band-aid. We need a long-term solution for that, and the long-term solution is to finish the quest and deal with the Darkspawn. Once the area isn't being plagued by the forces of the Mother and the Architect, then we'll be able to take care of the granaries better, food will start coming in better, and we'll be fine. But still.
You're back. You need anything?
Found some more.
Oh, this will help a great deal. Wade, the commander found a silverite deposit. Amaranthine abounds with mineral wealth. Master Wade has more than he needs to equip all of your men suitably.
Thank you so much for finding all this dreary metal. Haran, you must be happy.
Ecstatic. Now, no more time to waste.
Have you ever played Injustice 2, Colgrim?
Yes, Commander?
Found something.
Let me see. Oh, amazing. This might be Heartwood.
Have you seen the Superman ending to that game, Colgrim? Because it's one of the most horrifying goddamn things I've ever seen. I'm not saying it's related to what you're saying right now. I'm just bringing it up.
I'm not exactly sure. The Dalish elves are so prickly about sharing. If I were allowed to experiment with this, I might be able to make a bow. Or a shield, yes. I can't do that right now, you understand. Here's a list of materials I need. They may be a trifle hard to come by, but you must get them.
Right. So we're probably not doing that either.
Any luck finding the granite?
Yep.
Splendid. But I can't risk my men to Darkspawn attacks. You'll have to send soldiers to secure the site.
Done.
Thank you, Commander. The vigil will not fall, I swear it.
Okay, so that achievement should mean we're good on the fort. Gold kryptonite. Yeah, no comment. Alright, let's advance time a little bit, shall we? Actually, no. I'm gonna do something else first, don't I?
You're back. You need any... Oh!
No, that wasn't Hackett. Right, that's why I'm holding on to that. Alright, I would like a manual of focus, please. Cute. Hey, Ogren. Right, it's time. I should save before I do this, just in case. Well, that's something I never wanted to see in my life. Alright, so I want you to be champagne, obviously. I'm going to need this at 16. This in the 20s, I want to say. No, Evo, I decided not to out of pure, unadulterated spite. Vitriolic, one might even say. But yes, I did. Is there anything worse than a dry sandwich? Yeah, a wet sandwich. Okay, so I want taunt, obviously. I want all those passives. Requires more strength, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Moist sandwich, or a sandwich that's got some liquid to it, that's fine. Soggy sandwiches? Ugh. That's just gross. It's bad Subway, that's what that is. Alright. Probably not, Pika. We'll see. Woof. 26 dexterity. Warcry. And that's it. I mean, they're both horribly evil, so flip a coin. Yum yum. Would you rather be shot in the left hand or the right? Vladislav's got a point. What's going on here? Borg Cooperative is a willing hive mind. There's a pretty big difference there. Not that I'm disagreeing. Oh, I already have that. Okay, so I've got Assault, I've got Pien's Plight, I've got Grievous Injury, I've got Warcry, I've got Rally. I guess I could put Threaten back on, but I'd kind of rather... screw it. Let's go ahead and play around with having Threaten on, see how it works. Oh, we should probably put some armor on him, too. I guess. He'll go into battle exactly looking like that. There we go. Simple looking, but that is a fun shield. That's odd.
You're back. You need anything? Oh.
I don't understand the question. What does a walking blob have to do with anything, Gum-Gum? And yeah, the Borg Queen was always a dumb idea.
You know, I'm actually not the first Howe to be a Grey Warden.
Really?
Following in my grandfather's footsteps, more like. His name was Padric Howe. He joined the Order before it returned to Ferelden just after the war. Never contacted his family again. Just vanished. Now that I know about the joining, I think he died.
It's a little insulting, Gum-Gum. I know I'm not exactly the physical physique I want to be, but damn.
I know that now. Father always said he was a horrible man for abandoning the family to join a pointless cause. I grew up ashamed of my grandfather. But now I see his bravery. That will take some getting used to.
Yeah, no, that was the thing.
There isn't a Blight now, either. That doesn't mean Grey Wardens aren't still needed. You know, my grandfather had a bow passed down from his grandfather. I wonder if it's still around. At any rate, we should probably get back to it. There are Darkspawn to kill, I'll bet. Somewhere.
Cool. I like Nathaniel. Positive territory. Guess it's everyone.
I do not know where you found them. The Qunari seems especially dubious. But the Vigil's market is busy once again. This will certainly aid in our upcoming efforts. With the surplus in the treasury, I took the liberty of getting you this. Well done, Commander.
Thanks. So now that we got a bit of a cash cow going. Oh, I should probably mention there's still another infinite money trick we could do. I don't remember the specifics. I'd have to look it up, but I do know that you can buy something from a vendor and then sell it for more than it's worth. So that's something we could do if we felt like it. Because this game was... Awakening was a little rushed. If it's not very, very obvious. All this crap out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's Sir Pouncelot. I know, there's never been a Rust Dragon Age game ever, except for literally all of them. You ever think about that? Every single one, all of them, has been a rushed game. It's just a weird track record, really. Exactly, Gum Gum. I'm not sure what you expect from me here. You're just pointing out. Dragon Age Origins was rushed, but I do agree it doesn't feel rushed, except when it does. Wait. No, I stand by that sentence. And especially going back through with the review, there are several points of that game where it's very clearly that they were just... didn't really have time to really polish out certain parts of it.
On it.
And yeah, Dragon Age 4 will probably be rushed. Yes. That's pretty normal.
Yes.
Not yet, Vecchi Jab. Remember, what's going to happen... See, here's what's going to happen with Dragon Age 4. I guarantee it right now. Let's assume it comes out. Hang on. Okay, so Dragon Age 4 isn't coming out. But let's assume it actually is coming out. It will be rushed. And I can tell you why. It's because of Final Fantasy 15.
You know, Nathaniel, you're just like me.
Am I now?
Everyone hates your family for something terrible they did, even though you weren't involved.
I hope you have a point, Anders.
It's like you're a mage. If there were more hows, they'd lock all of you up in a tower to protect everyone else.
A thrilling analogy.
For those of you not aware, Final Fantasy 15 is a rushed game. That took 10 years to come out. And you're probably thinking, hold on, how can you have a rushed product that took 10 years of development time? Well, that's because the actual product took closer to a year and a half. This is actually semi-common. This happens to shows, movies, and games equally. They announce it early, they start production early, but then there's issues. Maybe they lose a director. Maybe they throw the script out of the window. Maybe they start development over from scratch. Right? Like, you get it. There's lots and lots of different things they can do. But here's the really tricky part, and this is why this is so common. Most companies, when the development has been going on for a long time, they will look at that project and either cancel it or rush it. They will not give it the time and money it actually needs once it enters the final phase of actual production in order to be a good, proper game, because in their mind it's already been 10 years. This is exactly what happened to Final Fantasy 15. It had already been 8.5 years, and they're like, where the hell is our game? Put out the game already. And then it was a rushed, buggy mess. An incomplete mess, I might add. If they had actually then been like, okay, fine, take your time, polish the game, put out a finished product, they might have been able to recoup some of their spending, but they don't look at it that way. Instead, they just decide to go ahead and say, quick, push it out the door. And again, this is a semi-common problem. I talked about this with the Hobbit trilogy, which is one of the weirdest examples because the Hobbit trilogy was in development for like 7 years. Or, more accurately, like 8 months. Or whatever the actual number was. I forget right now. FF16, to my knowledge, has not suffered the same problem. Thank God. That would be frustrating. Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever is, as much as it's a joke, another example of this exact same problem. Duke Nukem Forever wasn't actually in development for, what was it, 14 years or whatever? It was in development for like a year. And it was just kind of crapped out the door. But that's not how people think of it. And this is the other problem that runs into it. Because part of the reason that executives will say, hurry, 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 get the game out, is because they look at it and they see the public opinion. How many people, when they were looking at Kingdom Hearts 3, said, oh my god, Kingdom Hearts 3 has taken forever to come out? Which isn't true. Objectively, fundamentally, isn't true. Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't even suffer from the usual issues we're talking about. It had just been a long time since Kingdom Hearts 2. And Kingdom Hearts 3 had a completely normal development cycle. But the popular consensus was that, oh my god, it's taken forever for Kingdom Hearts 3 to come out. Come on already. So it was a bit rushed, which is why they released that second edition, which like added the additional content back into it. And so forth and so on, right? Public opinion does not help any of this, because all the public sees is when the game was announced for development versus when it's actually coming out. I'll use another example right off the top of my head. How many of you in chat now, yourself or someone you know, think Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development at all? On any level? To be clear, it wasn't. They literally just entered development, pre-development of Elder Scrolls 6 last week. They just started work on Elder Scrolls 6. But I know people who think Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development since they announced it. Which, I don't remember when that was, but hang on a second. Because I remember that I was actually still covering E3 when that announcement came out, and I think I gave myself an aneurysm. I slapped my head so hard. 2018. 5 years ago. Elder Scrolls 6 was announced 5 years ago. I know people who think Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development for 5 years. Nope. Witcher 4? No. I don't think Witcher 4 has actually entered full development yet. So that's a very good question, Ventures. And unfortunately, there is an actual codified reason why studios will announce projects way too far in advance. It's not one I agree with, but it is one that exists. You ready for this, Ventures? It's for the investors. That's it. That's the answer. It has nothing to do with anything else. It is there to prove to the investors that they are producing something and working on something. Am I blind? I don't know about why you're bringing up The Last Guardian, Pika. Help me out here. Oh, that's what I'm waiting for. Yeah, it's literally to say, we're doing a thing, even if it's a complete lie. Because, again, Elder Scrolls 6 started development last week. But 5 years ago, they said they announced Elder Scrolls 6 so that investors could piss off. I hate when games announce too early. I really do. But if I'm being honest, I've started being a lot more understanding and chill about it because I get it. I get why they do that. It's frustrating and aggravating, but it's like, okay, fine. You want to do the announcement so people will get off your back so you can get back to doing your job. Okay. And that's... I'm going to let that go. I'm just going to let it go. This is one of many reasons, though, why I don't tend to get interested or invested in a release until we're a lot closer to it. Like a month out or something like that. A year at the outside. Yeah, exactly. They announced Elder Scrolls 6 so they could make Starfield. Not even a joke. Nothing too severe, I hope, comma. Just a maintenance thing, question mark. Honestly, I think you're right. I think Kingdom Hearts 4 has been announced. I'll be real, I don't remember anything about it off the top of my head.
You're back. Have you any news?
Yeah. I dealt with the problem. Killing should stop now.
Really? Oh, that's wonderful news. I promised a donation, didn't I? Here, take this. With the Merchants Guild's compliment. It was a...
Hold on. Actually, hang on. I'm sorry. I need to actually redo that quest really quick. What kind of people are investors? Morons. I'm not joking. There's really only 3 types of people that are investors. This is not a joke. Okay, we're going to leave joking land for a second here. So there's everyday people like you and me who don't really have the time and money and investment to care. So they just buy stocks. Oftentimes, the overwhelming majority of people do not select which stocks they buy. They just buy stock. They just put money into their portfolio manager's hands and say, buy stocks. And other people buy stocks for them. So in other words, those people are functionally not even the investors. They just happen to be the people who have the money that other people are using. Make sense?
Andraste's blood.
That leads me to option number 2. People who are just doing their day job. They don't know what they're investing in because they don't care. They just are following whatever trends and trying to predict whatever models and paying attention to whatever the other people are doing and just trying to stay ahead of the current, essentially. Which is, honestly, a really, really thankless, unpleasant, awful job. I would not wish that on anybody. Now, you're probably thinking, well, these 2 people sound mostly like victims. Yeah, that's because of the 3rd group. The 3rd group is the people who have money. They're what we usually refer to when we mean investors. The 3rd group of the people are people who spin around hundreds of millions of dollars throughout the investment market. They're the ones who keep the investment industry going. And they tend to move money through large-scale companies whose entire job of the entire company is just to manage their money and its investments. So, they're generally more the problem here. Nevertheless, you can see how all 3 groups can contribute to why investors don't help anything, because the first group doesn't know anything, the second group doesn't care, and the 3rd group are assholes.
You're back. Have you any news?
Yes, it was an elf ambushing your caravans.
It was an elf that did this? I don't understand. Why?
It doesn't matter. We dealt with it.
Really? Oh, that's wonderful news. I hope the culprits have been brought to justice.
Yeah.
No, I would like to leave.
Greetings, milady. Surely I have you to thank as well for the,
Urge to leave not abating.
Yes. I promised a donation, didn't I? Here, take this. With the Merchants Guild's compliments.
Thank you.
If there is anything else the Merchants Guild can do for the Grey Wardens, do not hesitate to ask. It was a pleasure to meet you, Warden Commander.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even going to get into that, Tara. The bubble itself is problematic, even if we ignore the people who push the bubble. Because there are people who push the bubble. They do so because of not only greed, but the constant... How do I call this? The competitiveness, the PvP. They want to have the highest score on the leaderboard. And lots and lots and lots of people will constantly try to push the bubble because it means they will continue to make more money, relatively speaking, and they want to stay right on the top of that leaderboard. Like, I don't have a better way to explain it. It's a leaderboard. It's a great way to put it. It is a whole vicious cycle, to be very blunt about it. So here's the problem, Svatoslav, because you probably aren't surprised by this. I've put a lot of thought into how to fix the investment problem. Because investment is a net negative to society, in my opinion. Everything, all of the many consequences of the investment industry cause issues everywhere. Not just to relatively little things like video games or movies or whatever. Think about how much of your life is worse because of investors trying to chase a trend, or because of people trying to ensure that a market growth continues to happen infinitely. You remember Nestle? I brought up the whole Hills and chocolate thing. Do you know why Nestle uses child labor in order to procure their chocolate? It's because it's the only way, according to them, that they can keep their labor costs so cheap that they can still keep making an increasing amount of money. Do you know why that happens? There are a lot of domino effects from the investment thing, and that's why I say I do think it's a net negative to society, to humanity. Here's the problem. If we somehow Thanos the concept of investment out of existence, a huge amount of things cannot happen. I don't mean Nestle chocolate. I mean, you want to set up a business. Maybe you want to build a house. Maybe you want to grab a plot of land to go ranching or get a farm going or whatever. Yeah, research is actually a huge aspect of this. Yeah, trying to look into medical research, for example. That takes money up front, and that's what investment is supposed to be for. What's supposed to happen is I'm supposed to be able to say, hey, I would like someone to dump money into my product or my idea or my research or whatever, and then I will be able to actually use that upfront investment that you have given me in order to be able to do it. I may fail or I may succeed, but there you go. So a huge amount of people would never be able to do a large number of things if investment never existed. To bring this into something more immediately relevant, game development. If I decided to make a video game right now, I would need to have some kind of large sum of money, either upfront or stretched out across time. Listen, Tarhuntus. In order to be able to keep paying bills, having food, taking care of whatever expenses. And especially since I don't know how long the development of this game is going to take, right? So this is a problem. We need to have some kind of mechanisms and systems in place in order to allow for investment. The problem is everything after that sentence. Because, someone sits down and says, yeah, I'd love to invest in your company. What's it called? Blizzard? Yeah, sure, I'll invest in Blizzard. But hang on, you need to make me money. I want a return on my investment. Now that's logical. It's not even greed, really. Most people want to have a return on investment. It has been argued, and it's true, that if you prevented things like, say, usury is the old term, but if you prevented interest, most people, including banks, wouldn't lend. Even back when usury was illegal, banks would come up with ways to charge people for borrowing money from them, which I'm not going to get into that topic right now. So again, people want investment. They want a return on the investment. So you need to have some system of incentive in order for people to then make money off of investing into things for it to happen. And now we have the same problem we already started with. This is a very complex and very difficult problem to solve. And if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what kind of solution I could come up with on that. What if the state owned everything? So, okay. Let me start by saying that I don't think that the investment problem can be solved by one sentence. Let me explain what I mean by that. I was gonna say, what would happen to the state owned everything? China. You can't solve complex problems with simple solutions. I'm just going to put that as bluntly as I possibly can, with a few exceptions. You have to look at a complex problem, think about what to do, think about how to do it, and think about how to implement the solutions in order to solve the issue. Another thing that tends to be very problematic when it comes to human society is people trying to apply simple solutions to complex problems. So, for example, if the state owned everything, that's a simple solution. I don't mean that as an insult, I mean that as a statement of fact. It's something you could summarize with one sentence. Any solution you could summarize with one sentence, Now, that's an interesting idea, Orcano, because I do have to admit, yeah, no kidding, vulgarity. I think that oversight is something that could be part of the investment solution. One of the issues we have right now in the States, I'm not sure how this works in other countries, is that the investment, so the investors own a company, right? But the investors then hire a group of people. That's the board. The board are then there to behave on behalf of the investors. They are the elected officials the investors have put into place in order to run the company. So, on paper, the board is in charge of the company. They make the decisions. In reality, but that's what it's supposed to be on paper, right? So, with that situation, with that setup in play, there's all kinds of problems and issues with that. But they are legally mandated to try and chase infinite growth here in the States. This is not making that. I've talked about this before. It is required upon them. They will be found in violation of law, not criminal law, but corporate law, and they will probably be removed from their post if they do not encourage infinite growth, if they don't do all the dumb things we all make fun of all the time because they're all stupid. And I do think that that is a simple problem with a simple solution. Eject that law. Now, I know that's actually still being too simplistic because it actually comes down to the FCC and how it operates. But the point being, the fact that that is a mandate, that's a problem. The fact that that is something that people will lose their jobs for not doing and possibly go to court over, that's a problem. That's something that's a lot more solvable than just trying to fix investment, right? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Ugh, there are too many peasants making their way into the city.
Funniest TED Talk I've ever seen. I've actually never seen a TED Talk. I just kind of do the thing myself because it's a meme. Have I ever played Lord of the Rings War of the North? Probably.
The Darkspawn was supposed to go away when the Archdemon died. In Amaranthine, it's worse than before.
Yeah.
The sins of man brought the blight to us.
I get all the Lord of the Rings games confused, so you're going to have to help me out with that one. Because there's the FF10 clone, there's the Warcraft 3 clone, there's the actually good RTS.
It's not like Karam to be gone this long. I was sure I would find him at the inn.
That's weird, but okay. Yeah, the actually good RTS, which I call that for a reason, I had quite a lot of fun with. Goblins for Life, by the way. I had a lot of fun playing as the goblins in that one. Not the least of which because of their flavor. The so-called brickwork of the goblin faction was fantastic.
Maker's blessings to you, sir.
Yeah, you too. Alright, so that should put it on my map, right? Nope. Interesting. Why am I not hasted? Either way, it sounds like I haven't played the one you're talking about, because I don't remember a hack and slash Lord of the Rings game. Sorry.
I hear Hubert's gang got their hands on some moonshine. You think they'll sell some to me?
Hubert hates you.
That's a no, then.
Look, you want booze? Go buy it from the guy around the back alley like I do.
Something I can do for you, friend?
Yeah, did a Grey Warden named Kristoff come through here?
And who are you supposed to be that's asking?
I'm his commander.
Oh, welcome, my lady. Haven't seen that fellow Kristoff for almost a week now. Not sure where he went. His room's paid up to the end of the month. I guess he expected he'd be here a while.
Could I have the key, please?
Of course. Here you go. It's the last room at the end of the hall. If he comes back and gets upset, however, it's on your head.
I got a sore on my foot from working the fields. Want to see? It's bleeding and there's pus and everything.
No!
Yeah, I'm with that guy.
We should rise up. Huh?
Depends on how Golems of Amgarak goes. And Witch Hunt, actually. Because both of them can slog. To put it very, very simply. I didn't actually mean to come down here.
On it.
I think you know me enough, Tara, to know that I tend to be more on the progressive side of things. And I think that's all I feel comfortable saying there. I know some of my viewers hate it when I get polemic-y. And we already talked about that earlier, so I do apologize.
Right.
It's okay, there's no infections in the future.
Who do you think?
Oh, this is the past. Oh.
Or the Archdemon?
Well, they're all dead. You know the most irritating thing about most of my opinions? I'm not sure about most of them. I mean that, by the way. I operate with limited and incomplete information and do the best that I can. But I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Andera and Atishan, travelers. Do not be startled. We only wish to be about our way.
Marin?
Valana! Well, well, this is certainly a surprise. You traveling with...
Humans, yes. Believe me, the irony does not escape me, clanmate.
We are no longer your clan, Valana.
I thought your clan was killed in the Wending Wood.
They were my closest friends, but not all of my clan.
Valana was exiled. She does not have a clan. We...
Stop. I do not wish to speak of this. Marin, the others who left with me, they are dead. And Sarani is gone. Taken by the Darkspawn.
It's her default outfit, too, Evo. That's the best part.
Thank you, whoever you are. You have my gratitude. Ilshe warned her not to go with you, Valana. You see what you brought on her?
Then tell Ilshe that she was right. Oh, I can see her smug.
Ilshe has passed on. You know nothing but hatred. The clan is better off without your poison.
I don't know, she's done some good things.
A human is willing to defend you? This speaks volumes, Valana. Ah, we've lingered too long. Andrul, guide your path, Valana.
Do not make a fuss over me. Let us be on our way.
Right. But yeah, no, there's plenty of stuff I don't know. And I've noticed that my opinion changes over the years as new information gets added to the pile, so to speak. I will admit I don't consider that a bad thing, but it is kind of frustrating. Also embarrassing, if I might be so bold. How many of you, you don't have to give specifics, how many of you in chat thought something and then were proven extraordinarily wrong about it? And it's just like, oh, right, I'm an idiot.
This is an unnatural place. The veil is thin, and spirits abound. We must be wary.
Careful, these
I thought I
creatures
saw...
might have
I mean...
my favorite you had it coming.
God, it's wolves!
You're gonna pay!
This should be easy enough.
You know the worst part, Brigman? I used to dig my heels in.
Women are drawn to you when you play with that cat.
Like moths to a flame. Women like it when men show affection for small, fuzzy, defenseless beings. Like you.
Yeah, stupid mage. Every time I pull something out of my robes, the women just flee.
Ogren. Also, why is Valana in my party? I'm actually kind of confused by this. When did you get into my party, Valana? Not sure, comma. I'm still recovering, period. Wait, I get that you're joking, Svatoslav, but, like, what are you referencing? Where did I dig my heels in? God damn it. Well, whatever. This is a dumb party, but we'll make it work.
Watch for the beasts. Let's get started.
2 healers and Ogren. So Ogren's gonna be like soloing everything here, essentially. So, no, Eternus. I've actually seen the opposite happen, and maybe that's just because I'm a flaming idiot, but I'm quite an idealist. It probably doesn't look like it if you look at me, but it's true. I think that people are inherently decent. I think that things are not only getting better, but continue to get better, on an overall sense of things. I think that my niece will have a better life than I had.
I suppose you do have some redeeming features.
You know, Eva has the opposite problem. She thinks she's wrong about everything.
Magic surrounds these bones. I do not think the beast is truly dead.
A cheerful pessimist. We're all doomed! Da-da-da-da-ba-da-bum-bum. I will also admit that I tend to think... How do I explain this? The doom and gloom cycle is a little bit too easy to get stuck into. What I mean by that is, I tend to be suspicious of anything that tends to feel like it's manipulating me. And it's really, really, really easy to fall into the psychological trap of the doom and gloom cycle. You know what it is. Every single one of you does. You see something bad on the news, and as we've talked about, because this is an objective fact, news media tends to report negative or shocking things more because those get more clicks and gets more views, which makes more money. So you get kind of trapped into that spiral, and you start to see that. And human beings have a perception thing. This is another objective fact. If you see like 9 out of 10 of the things you see are X, you tend to subconsciously or otherwise think X is the dominant thing. Even if what you're seeing is actually a very, very narrow view of things, and there's actually tons and tons and tons of Y or Z or A or B's out there, right? Because all we're seeing is X, we tend to think all there is X. Thus, the doom cycle. That's why I call it that, the doom and gloom cycle. We hear all these terrible things, it's like, oh my god, the whole world must be total garbage, and it's like, well... Now, I don't know if the whole world is not total garbage, but you could understand why I'm wary of that thought process.
Dead. Kristoff's doing, maybe.
That answers that, I suppose. The Darkspawn are definitely here.
Speaking of which, here's some Darkspawn. Blighted werewolves. Actually, that's worse than Darkspawn. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, hell. You know what I did last night, Lord Aramont? I was able to sit down in my shower and just sit there for a bit. And let the water run over me for a minute. Just relax. Unhinge for a minute. I like to meditate in the shower, actually. And I can do that now. Now, I know that's just me. And I know I'm privileged. But I bring all this up because I like to periodically remind myself that I'm actually fortunate. For all the terrible, awful crap I've gone through in my life, I am fortunate. In probably about a minute here, I'm going to go and eat food. It's even going to be decent food. That was cooked by my brother-in-law. And that's going to be my lunch. Tonight I'm going to be able to spend some time hanging out with my friends. Right now I'm streaming a game and actually have the ability to stay financially solvent. Despite the fact that I'm at a point in my life where I probably couldn't handle a 9 to 5.
Right.
I know, that's all little petty stuff, but again, I do find that it's a nice little reminder, just every now and again, for all the pain I'm in and for all the unhappiness I have in my life. I like to remember every now and again that I do have good things.
May the gods grant me strength!
Anyways, I should probably mention this area we're going through is the last zone of Awakening. I don't know, Von Falkenstein. I have been at multiple points in my life where I have not had a shower. I don't mean like I haven't bathed. I mean like I have not physically had access to a shower.
The music! Time to dance!
The last zone of Awakening. I should write that down while I'm here. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm probably not going to be homeless right now. Which, again, but no, it's true. As I said, I think it was literally yesterday. If not for my sister being in a position where she could take me in, I'd be homeless or dead right now. So, you know. What happened? I missed a message. Bwomp, 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 bwomp. Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp. Okay, that I agree with you on, Von Falkenstein. Quick. Get some of these updated here. Oh, okay. I didn't even get to read it, Brig, when you got there before I did. Why am I playing as Villana? You want to know the big luxury I tend to indulge in? And I do. It's a complete luxury. It doesn't have to exist. And I do it entirely for morale purposes. Sweets. I almost always make sure that I have some supply of sweets on hand. I don't eat it that often. I'm not that bad about it, but I'm not a fat ass. But having access to that is a huge morale boost for me. That's my luxury right there. Contrarily, if I don't have access to sweets, it'll actually bother me. Anyways, speaking of sweets, my lunch break started about 10 minutes ago, so I'm gonna go do that.